and Microsoft's workshop today. We're going to get started in about 2-3 minutes. We got a lot of people rolling in. We had over 150 people register for the event, so great audience. And thanks everyone for taking time out of your Wednesday to spend with us. Excited about the content and the speakers. So again, we'll get started in just a couple minutes. Yeah, thanks everyone for joining. Got a good mix of companies attending today as well, which was interesting from that standpoint. Got quite a few financial services companies ranging from 500 million up to 100 billion. Healthcare companies, both on the payer, the provider, med tech perspective. Quite a few oil and gas and energy companies, aerospace, defense, and federal as well. Good smattering of telecommunications companies, manufacturing companies, retail and CPG companies, and then we have this bucket of others. So we had about 103 unique companies register for the event, and over, it looks like 400 total registrations for the events today and tomorrow. So good showing, and again, thanks everyone for joining. Now, with that said, we're going to go ahead and dive in and get the party started. So before we do, just a big kudos to our amazing presenters today. So Sergio, who's a senior cloud solution architect over at Microsoft. Mr. Tad Thompson, I've had the pleasure of working for Tad over 6 years at Power Objects and seen this man do some amazing things. So Tad, thank you for supporting us, and thank you for your participation. The audience is going to be blown away by the workshop activities we're going to drive. Mr. John Rostia, who is our CTO and Senior VP of Strategy, he's going to be presenting along the way. And then Mr. Andrew Jeffers, who is our CRO, typo. He's responsible for making all this magic happen that we're going to talk about today from a delivery perspective. My name's Greg Moser, President of CompuSoft Digital. I'll be moderating the discussion. Before we get started, just a very quick overview who we are. CompuSoft Digital, 500 innovators, been in business 25 years. We focus on digital transformation, specifically around the Microsoft stack, quite a few security certifications across various industries, and horizontals as well, like customer experience, etc. We focus on the frontier workloads that Microsoft provides. Everything's about agentic AI. That's why we're on the call today, to really see all the cool components around Copilot, Copilot Studio, and what we're doing around those areas is in addition to Azure Foundry and some of the advanced agentic AI models. Also, from a BizApps perspective, so ERP, CRM, Power Platform, those types of components. And then everything starts with data. So Fabric, the Databricks analytics, Purview from a security perspective, and then obviously Power BI are the areas that we focus on. We do have engineered assets and accelerators that help companies drive innovation, accelerate business value, and return on investment. These are an illustrative example of the few that we have around, CX, customer service, Copilot. So Microsoft does have funding to help companies explore Copilot and Power Platform. It's called ESIF. If you have any questions around that, we can definitely address those questions for you. It gives you a good way to get in, kind of fill things out and test, kick the tires a little bit. We also have them around the Azure workloads and the data modernization. So enough about CompuSoft Digital, your host and partner along with Microsoft today. Now let's jump into the agenda. So we do have an action-packed agenda. A couple housekeeping items, real quick. We are noticing that certain organizations have security firewalls. You may have trouble, loading Copilot Studios. If you do, we can obviously do a one-off or a smaller gathering as well. So just hang with us. If you have any issues, just reach out. We can also circle back and do some one-off sessions as well. We will be reviewing each of these sections individually, so we'll take breaks in between. So if there's a particular area of interest, make sure you mark it on your calendar. And then chats, again, I'm just looking at the registrations, the people that we have on. We had over 400 registrations, 103 unique companies. So we're going to try to support you through the chat window as much as possible. If you have questions, if you get stuck, feel free to put that in the chat along with questions, and we'll try to address those. But again, due to the size of the audience, expect delays in the responses, but we'll try to get you as quickly as we can. And then other than that, the most important thing is be sure to innovate. Let's have fun today. Let's kind of think outside the box and, make agentic AI happen. So just from a workshop agenda perspective, I'm just going to go through that briefly. We're going to do a quick Copilot overview. So John is going to and Tad are going to present just around some of the cool things that, Copilot and Copilot Studios are releasing. John and Tad are going to lead a hands-on Copilot lab. We're going to set up the environments and the configurations. We're going to go through the navigation best practices, and then we're going to actually do hands-on and build some really cool stuff, which is why everybody's here today. Now, as we kind of move forward, we're going to have Sergio really kind of lean in on what you need to do to ensure success driving these agentic AI capabilities across the Microsoft stack. Application management is oftentimes kicked to the side, but something that you really need to focus on. So we're going to talk about the COE best practices, the governance best practices, how to develop ALM, pipelines, managed environments, and then look, what you don't want is Copilot and Power Platform just to sprawl across the organization without having organizational alignment and consensus. So we're going to talk about harvesting and reuse the apps, right? You don't have to start from scratch. Let's reuse what we have organizationally. And then from there, one of the most important things that we're seeing is, it feels like we're in agentic AI, we're getting a lot of pressures from various folks from the top. Hey, I need you to incorporate AI into everything you're doing, across the board. And it all starts with IT and business alignment. So Andrew is going to go through defining the use case. This is the most important thing to bridging those disparate thought processes and islands across the organization into one aligned process. Are we marketing what we're selling, what we're delivering, what we're supporting, and what we're managing? And when we say yes, then we have organizational alignment consensus. So he's going to go through how to develop a smart use case and measure it. Business and IT alignment, then best practices around the user story. So this is the journey that we're going to go on today. Again, we are going to take breaks, leverage the chat window. If you get stuck, you have any questions, we'll swarm it, try to get back to you. In addition, as a reminder, tomorrow we have the second workshop, which is the Power Platform piece, to where we're going to go through the similar agenda, but we're going to be building Power Apps and Power Pages and Power Automate flows and things like that. So today is going to be focused on Copilot Studios. Tomorrow is going to be focused on Power Platform. If you want to attend tomorrow's session, go to the original invitation. There's two links, one for today's and one for tomorrow's, or reach out in the chat window and we'll get that over to you. So with no further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. John Rastia. And John, the floor is yours. Have fun innovating, my friend. Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Greg. So let me quickly, I'm going to share my screen here, making sure everybody can see my screen. So
Yes.
I'm going to say that.
Yes.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and get started. So again, good morning, everybody, and thank you again for joining us. We have a lot, packed in today's, session. My name is John Rastia. Again, I'm the CTO of Microsoft Digital. Just wanted to share a few links with you that we'll be using in today's session. These are the same links that we, emailed out earlier, so hopefully you've had no issues with those. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into things. we're seeing three, new patterns of work that are really starting to emerge using Copilot Studio. The first pattern is how AI acts as an assistant, removing the drudgery of work and helping people do the same work better and faster. The second pattern is human agent teams, humans and agents working and collaborating to scale impact and free people to focus on the most valuable work or more complex work. The third pattern is, humans are setting the directions for agents that run the entire business process and workflows end to end. Processes that can be fully automated, with humans providing oversight or stepping into validating or managing those outlying cases. Picture how a supply chain role may change, with agents handling end-to-end logistics, while humans guide agent systems, resolve expectations, and manage supplier relationships. Human work isn't replaced, it's elevated. So this journey is not strictly for a linear progression. In many cases, organizations will be utilizing all three of these patterns simultaneously. And here's what we're going to be driving into today: the four capabilities of Copilot Studio that you can leverage and build the right and agentic solutions for your organization. So to take a deeper dive into that, let's take a look at the intelligent control. The Copilot Studio, gives you smart, customizable AI controls so your agents always follow your organization's logic, your business rules, and compliance requirements. This means you can maximize agent performance at every task and business goal and maintain complete control over those critical scenarios like HR or legal questions. Agents can be configured to think independently and complete tasks for you, but always within the guardrails that you set. The second piece is that custom functionality. Agents often face limits due to siloed systems. Copilot Studio solves this by letting you connect agents to your enterprise data, your applications and tools all in one place. You can define agent behavior, automate business processes at scale, and unlock the full value of your company's knowledge and systems. This multiplies your organization's capacity, freeing up time and resources for higher, value work that we talked about. The third one is, multi-module experiences. We can engage users everywhere, building once and deploy across all your platforms with multi-module agents that deliver consistent, intuitive interactions. Copilot Studio supports voice, chat, and integrations with channels like Teams, SharePoint, and even external platforms. This reduces development costs and ensures your users have a seamless experience no matter where they are and how they interact with your agents. And finally, and we're going to be covering this in depth, is how do we kind of make sure we've got a secure and scalable solution? Scaling these agents across your business can introduce risks around governance, performance, and policy enforcement. The Copilot Studio provides centralized monitoring and management so your agents can operate within your organization's standards. You get built-in compliance, security, and governance features critical for all your enterprise adoption needs. Together, these capabilities empower you to build, deploy, and manage all your AI agents that are not only powerful and flexible, but also secure and compliant, ready for the demands of the most modern enterprise environments. Let's take a deeper dive into these core areas. Let's start with the intelligent control. The Copilot Studio manages the orchestration for you, but you can set precise rules on how agents operate with instructions written in natural language. We can define the logic using model usage, triggers, deep reasonings, and more with a straightforward maker experience that we're going to be showing you a little bit more in today's labs. You can instruct your agents to even act independently and proactively complete these tasks for you, but always within the boundaries that you set. This means you can maximize agent performance for every business goal while maintaining oversight with insensitive scenarios like HR or legal, allowing for flexible and secure agent behavior that aligns with your organization's standards. The next layer is custom functionality. With Copilot Studio, you can define your agent's behavior by connecting your agents to your enterprise data, applications and tools, and other agents all in that one place. This multiplies your organization's capacity, allowing agents to collaborate on tasks, automate processes at scale, and unlock the full value of your company's knowledge systems so they can, work for you. The result is more time and resources for higher value work. With Copilot Studio, you can also build agents that deliver consistent, intuitive interactions across your platforms. Build your agents once and then deploy it everywhere your users are, whether that's Teams, SharePoint, mobile apps, Facebooks, or to a website. Create these voice agents and connect them to your contact center to hand off the conversation to human agents. You can personalize, Microsoft 365 Copilot with new skills and advanced capabilities by deploying your agent to Copilot itself, or enhanced by existing line of business apps with a modern conversational experience. You can reduce developmental costs while ensuring a seamless experience for all your users. And as organizations scale to use their AI agents, governance, performance, and policy informants become absolutely critical. Copilot Studio is designed to ensure your agents operate within your organization's standards with centralized monitoring and management built in. And Sergio is going to take you through a couple of those scenarios later. You can achieve faster ROI by continually improving those agent performance, by safeguarding customers' trust with enterprise-grade, governance controls, and reduce risks while empowering, making sure that while you're empowering all that, making across your organization, they can start to build their own agents. Copilot Studio provides the compliance, security, and governance features that enterprises need to confidently adopt and scale agentic solutions, making it a trusted platform for modern business transformation. So with these points, highlight, one of these biggest points, for when we talk about Agent 365 and how it's centralized and strengthens agent management, again, ensuring, security, compliance, and productivity across your entire organization. And by using that tool set here, we have observability where we can manage all agents through a unified, inventory, apply to shared system primitives, and guardrails and role-based reporting. It allows for access control, so you can use context and risk-based access policies to prevent any agent compromise. You can grant agents only the minimum access needed, through like what's called least privilege. So again, we're providing guardrails for that. Data security, safeguarding all of our sensitive data by preventing oversharing, leaks, and unsafe agent actions. That'll help with our threat protection, where we can fix our vulnerabilities, detect and respond to attacks, and block harmful traffic to protect all of our agents. And again, from a productivity tool, provides all of our agents with the same app as the human users have it. It links all these agents, to Work IQ for better work integration and context. So offering up a model of choice flexibility, gives us consistency across knowledge, tools, and prompts, and potentially, through orchestrations. We can deliver, a lot of this management, through, value fragmented, model space, capabilities. We can enable self-managed access to custom models, from things like Foundry model, cataloging, or from other libraries, all in one central place. We can offer native model, fine-tuning of managed models and their use of both agent and tool levels. This allows us to, again, I think Greg kind of touched about that, where we can, again, reuse a lot of our agents that we built in the past as kind of like a template and as, what we call managed solutions, and bring them forward easily. All of the agents in Copilot Studio can be configured using natural language instructions, making it easy to define agent behavior without any coding. Instructions allow you to specify the agent, how it should interact, what its tone should be, how it should respond, and when it should actually act. You can reference specific objects such as tools, topics, triggers, knowledge source, or other variables, or use PowerFX expressions directly in these instructions. That gives it a very, very powerful way. And by including them in, as you can kind of see in this screenshot, I've got very, very specific, very simple natural language. This is not coding on top of there. This approach ensures agents follow the best practices and business rules every single time. Those deep reasonings can be enabled by specifying which tasks require more thoughtful analysis. Makers can add deep reasoning to agent workflows by specifying the need within agent instructions. These agents use reasoning models like Azure, OpenAI, with enterprise data to complete complex tasks. Deep reasoning enables agents to spend more time thinking before responding, improving their accuracy for tasks that require logical reasoning, problem solving, and step-by-step analysis. This supports in-depth analysis of unstructured data and organizational context. Some examples, use cases that we've included that we often go up around is by evaluating market trends, analyzing supply and demand patterns, reviewing contract, and solving complex equations. Agents can use generative AI to answer those queries with the multi-turn context-aware conversations. Those contact agents do supply internal and external knowledge sources, including unstructured data for instant utility and accessibility when someone's asking a question. Agents can leverage general knowledge or specific public websites. Anything that's pretty much that's going to be indexed by Bing is like where I kind of go from. But you're in control of actually entering in any one of those knowledge sources. That gives you the capability of analyzing images and files uploaded by the users within that conversation. The semantic search improves the relevance of results, and user authentication ensures content surfaced is permissioned. Content monetization controls and actual insights for response quality are always available inside these applications. Agent flows enable agents to accomplish objectives faster by following fixed automation pathways. These flows execute repetitive tasks quickly and reliably without requiring any agent reasoning at every step. We can enhance these agent flows with intelligent actions by processing information, decision making, and simplifying a lot of your complex steps. We can support multi-stage and conditional approvals for complex workflows. And a lot of those, what we've seen examples include insurance claims, financial services, compliances, legal document reviews, and again, using a lot of supply chain quality controls. The Power Platform connectors really allow us to ground our agents in our enterprise knowledge, resulting in a lot more accurate, contextual, relevant responses. Right now, the ability to connect our Copilot Studio agents, they offer more than 1,400 plus data connectors for more of the popular apps and services across all these industries. The tool is rapidly growing and enhancing the set of connectors, enriching them with greater knowledge capabilities, including new connectors for Snowflake and Databricks, enabling richer processing of data as knowledge in those Copilot Studio agents, and expanding the knowledge sources your enterprise can use from the Power Platform. To start to wrap up here, I wanted to kind of summarize what we just went through and how Microsoft is a place where you can build, manage, and secure your agents across a complete set of intuitive tools and capabilities that we're going to go to in a little bit deeper in the next labs. We can really kind of build our agents with natural language right inside the Microsoft Copilot Studio line with light experience. You're going to find that out. You can also further customize these agents using pro dev tools like the Agents SDK that's involved with it. Versus code, and you can also pull in Azure Foundry and many other services. For a lot of our enterprise leaders and IT decision makers out there seeking to build the future of their company with AI and using Microsoft Copilot Studio is the most intuitive agent development platform. Unlike Google, Agentforce, OpenAI, Copilot Studio offers a secure enterprise-ready SaaS platform uniquely integrated with both the Microsoft ecosystem, including Copilot and external data vendors. The platform has a complete set of tools that allows you to accelerate building the right agents for your business, helping you to reduce development costs, boost sales, and increase customer satisfaction very fast. This is going to allow you to impact to its customers directly. That we've kind of seen this all the way through extending it to our customers, from PayPal all the way to Virgin Money. We've seen a 90% of most of the Fortune 500 companies that are using Copilot Studio, that's, leveraging a lot of the Copilot Studio's native agent platform that we just went over. PayPal reduced, cost for employees, supported by 25%, while, the Dow saved, millions of dollars in their first year alone. Any of these are great examples of our way that our customers are experiencing from agents. But I think you'll see during the next couple sessions we've got, really going to kind of take that in depth and really show you how we can take it to the next level. So with that, I'm going to pass that over to Tad.
Great, thanks, John. Welcome, everyone. My name is Tad Thompson. I'm with Microsoft and partnering here today with Microsoft to support these workshops. I do this all the time. I've been in the Power Platform Dynamics space for almost 25 years. And like Greg said, I was a partner for many, many years. So I had the pleasure of working with him for a long time. So I'm going to do a little bit of an intro first to actually getting in and working in Copilot. And then this will be very demo heavy, hands-on heavy, and we'll work through some labs. So let me share my screen. Are we seeing my screen?
Yep, we can.
Maybe a
Yep.
thumbs up. All right, great. Okay. All right. So I've got lots of labs for you. In fact, I've got two different tracks. We have one more just kind of getting started if you've never touched this before. And we're going to work through kind of the beginnings of this series. And then there's also a more advanced, if you want to start getting into some more technical stuff, as you can see there, getting into making HTTP requests, connecting to an API, working with custom connectors, MCP servers. And so you could really begin to get to be more technical and a little deeper dive into this. So why do people need agents? I think most of us can probably answer this to a certain degree. John talked a lot about this, so I've got a couple of kind of segue slides here just to take the handoff from John's great presentation, and where we're really looking at more optimizing our digital workforce so that we have these agents that are human-led, but much of the work can be done by our agents, which allows our human agents to focus on the more important things. There's so many times where somebody opens maybe they open a case and they often ultimately need to talk to a person, and those are the ones we want to focus on. But we want to make that handoff as seamless and comfortable as possible for both the customer and the human agent. So we're going to be looking at Microsoft Copilot Studio. Some of you maybe have seen Microsoft 365 Copilot, and there's an agent builder there that's a little more streamlined, a little simpler. However, you can start with that, and then you could actually export that into Copilot Studio to do more work. We're going to jump in today right into Copilot Studio. And then if you're more a pro dev developer, you can leverage other tools such as AI Foundry, and we can also do a handoff there too. So a lot of times pro developers might begin building an agent in Copilot Studio. They might do some work in AI Foundry. All of those are available for visible and administratable and governable. I'll think of more Bowles words that Agent 365 that my colleague Sergio is going to talk about later on are all visible and can work there. So this is all very connected between our entire stack, our entire platform. Some really quick examples of what you might look at. We're going to have a session. We're going to round out today with use cases, and but here's just kind of some ideas, maybe vertical in your industry or by department. Some organizations, they're not necessarily using their Copilot Studio agents for customers. They're just using it internally. At Microsoft, we do that a lot. We have employee help ones, we have HR guidance, we have travel guidance, and so there's lots of great examples. So the first thing that you need is an environment to work in, and hopefully most all of you were able to get an environment within your organization. If you are a licensed Power Platform user, you can have a free developer environment that lives on. If not, then you could do you could join the developer program and get an environment as well. And those are all kind of the options that we shared out with you. But I'll go through this here shortly. So within, maybe I'll back up just a little bit. So within a Microsoft 365 tenant, so that's the, here's my organization at mycompany.com. We have email, we have SharePoint, we have Outlook, all of these applications that we're using within the organization, maybe some line of business, maybe some Power Platform or Dynamics. All of that is a tenant. And then in the tenant, we have one or more, probably more, environments. So we'll have what's called the default environment. Now, some organizations will allow folks to just kind of bang away in there. I usually advise we can govern that a little better. So we can do things like, say, you can only connect to these resources, these data points, these custom connectors, these MCP servers, all of this. We can control that. So any of you folks are on that are IT, rest assured you can put in the guardrails for your makers, even those that are in a development environment and just learning and testing. And then we'll add more environments. I'm going to show this. And then this also plays into context tomorrow as well. Now, you may not have access potentially within your organization to the Power Platform Admin Center. A lot of organizations, you can at least get in there and see your dev environment, or maybe get in there and create a dev environment. But I'll show that and see what's there and what's available. So you might create a new environment. You can create them that are for developers, for testing, for maybe user approval of what's being done, and then maybe production. And you might have others. You might have the staging environment. You might have multiple environments. And Sergio later will talk about ALM, Application Lifecycle Management. So all of the work you do, you can package in solutions and move from one environment to another. Works really well. It can even be automated through tools like the pipelines that we have built in to Power Platform, and as well as more sophisticated tools, more designed for pro dev, such as Azure DevOps. So when we create the environment, we could say whether it's production or developer or trial or whatever. Oftentimes we'll have multiple test environments, and then we'll just name them appropriately. We can also choose the region. So I'm in the United States, so that's typically what I would choose. But wherever you are in the world, you can have your environment closest to you. And then another element of this that's maybe a little hard to see in the screenshot there, kind of in the lower left, is a Dataverse data source. So Dataverse is the database of Power Platform. It's essentially, it's evolved out of, it was really a SQL Server database, and it's been essentially now what it was for many years through the life of Dynamics CRM, evolving into Power Platform. We still have Dynamics. It is the Dataverse, it is the database of your environment. Now, I said you can have many environments within your tenant, but any one environment can only have one Dataverse. So you might have, you might be sharing this across many folks within the organization, and that's okay. You can have many apps. You can have many Copilot Studio agents, chatbots. You can have many Power Automate flows, but you can only have one Dataverse, and that's good. It's by design and it's well structured. So what are we going to do with our agents? So the first one, actually, I'll do a tour of the environment, just kind of give you a little bit of a level set. A lot of times, folks' initial challenge is just navigation, and so I really like to highlight the navigation of things, because you might end up with multiple tabs open in your browser and it might get a little confusing. And we might be in Power Apps. Throughout today and tomorrow, we'll be in Power Apps and Copilot Studio. Maybe you might get into, we'll get into tomorrow, we'll get into some of the others like Power Automate. We'll even touch on Power Pages. And so we'll see within our Copilot Studio, we have a number of components that you may or may not use. Your basic one might use just however you describe it, however you ask Copilot Studio to create it for you. And that can be a good starter agent. It could be a good way to just kind of get your feet wet on building an agent. And then you'll start gradually adding more things. You'll add knowledge, you'll add actions. You might have generative AI, but sometimes we also want to have topics that we construct, that we orchestrate for a more specific requirements. And then later on, we'll look at how we can deploy this. A good example is deploying to teams. It's an easy way to show it, to try it out, but it's also relatively easy to deploy, especially to say Dynamics Power Pages, maybe to other custom portals, or maybe to an intranet, to SharePoint. That's pretty straightforward as well. If you get into more custom stuff, that might require a little bit of code to get you connected. All right, so let's look at creating an agent in Copilot Studio. So when we launch it, and we'll get there soon, you'll select the environment, make sure you're in the right one. There's always this nice splash screen that offers lots of things for us. There are pre-built agents. There are templates that you might use. And then you can also just describe it. And then once you've gotten comfortable with it, you'll probably just jump in and start building it from scratch, because you may have a really specific requirement that you need. Later on, as you get deeper, you might even have many agents, and then you could get into the multi-agent scenario where one agent calls another. And that's great, because then you don't have to have this one huge agent to do everything. You have multiple agents that are designed for specific requirements, for specific. That slide I had a few slides ago, where maybe you have an HR agent, you might have a customer service agent, you might have maybe one that works more with your back end line of business, like e-commerce. So there's lots of purposes for your agents, and they're not in silos. And then you can begin creating it simply by giving it a name, giving it a description, and then providing instructions. And both of those, the more verbose you are, the more information you give it, the better your Copilot Studio will create that agent for you. In fact, you can even go to Copilot, Microsoft 365 Copilot, and say, I want to create an agent for managing HR requests. Provide me description and instructions for creating that agent. You can even do that, and then it'll output all of that. You copy paste. So that can be another way. I think we'll work enough with our imagination, and we'll walk through a straightforward example to get started, and then we'll look at knowledge sources and how we might add those. Knowledge sources, they're often good starter examples are like, say, your website. So if you want an agent to be looking up documentation, looking at knowledge articles, looking at how-tos, whatever is appropriate, you could put those URLs in as knowledge. You might also have PDFs, Word documents that you might load as well. There's lots of different data types that we can load in. And then you might connect into, say, a Dataverse and look for accounts or contacts or your support cases. And all of that is very, very straightforward to add into your agent. All right, I'm gonna before demoing creating the agent, I'm just gonna demo the environments, just to kind of give us a little bit of a level set around that. I'm going to switch screens here quick. I'm going to share different ones so I'm not staring off into space while I talk. So I'll just share it with the one in front of me. There we go. Okay. All right. So I am in Power Platform. When I have my environment, I often go to like make.powerups.com, or I might go to copilotstudio.microsoft.com. Any of those will work, even office.com. And then from there, I can navigate to all the other solutions. And then I can also see my environment. So I have some environments here that I can work in. And you can see here's a default one. Here's another one here. But here's mine. It's got Dataverse. So I've just called it TMT demo. And so that I know then I have all my tables. If I went into the default environment, so here, just to give you a look-see, so there's all the tables that come with Dataverse. But if I click on this Contoso default one, it would have to explicitly have a Dataverse created in it. There won't be one by default. Okay, apparently at some point I created one there. That's fine. So, but I typically work in one that has all my other stuff like Dynamics and all of that. Then if I can get into the Power Platform Admin Studio, I would see that from here. There's a little link up here, Admin Center. I also see it in the lower left, Power Platform Admin Center. Either way, now your organization may kind of block you from this, and that's okay. But if you can go into that, this could be just a good thing to see what's here. So as you can see, here's my environment. It's a developer type environment, and I could create potentially, I'm not going to, but I could create a new environment. You can see there's different types. Sandbox, just like it sounds, it's for testing, it's for playing in, or trial. Now, trial typically you would do that if you haven't been given an environment by your organization. And part of the links that John had sent out include that option. But otherwise, a developer, I think, is a great way to go. And then you can see all of the other apps. We'll get into those tomorrow. And I can see my environment that I'm working in. I'm going to go back to Power Apps here, and I'm going to choose Copilot Studio. So when I click on that, that will take me into Copilot Studio. Now, if you're brave, you can always add on any of these tools. I'm going to choose my right environment. There I am, TMT demo. If you're brave on any of these, you can add preview into, let's see if I zoom, will you see that? Yep. No, it doesn't. Up in the URL, maybe you can see that it's Copilot Studio. I have it set to go to .preview.microsoft.com. You don't have to. You may not be able to, but I like to do that in my testing, learning, training, just to see what features are coming. And but of course, if you're building for production, wouldn't necessarily do that. All right, so here I am, Copilot Studio, and I have like my home page. I can create right here from the start. There's lots of great resources here. So you could maybe take another workshop. You could follow some videos for get starting. And then good documentation, security and compliance. So lots of great stuff here to take a look at. And then there's also a link for agents. That's where I'm going to spend most of my time. These are agents that I've been building. You can see there's also installed agents. So like if you're using finance in Dynamics, you could leverage that one. Or maybe if you have more of a storefront, use store operations. So there's some good starter ones here. And then there's also templates. So you might start with a template just to kind of get started, try to help understand a little bit about how this works. So I might start that. So I'll first just show creating from templates, and then I'll start another one, and I'll go kind of slowly. So if you want to try things out with me, that's great. Otherwise, when we get into the labs, you can work on those as you wish. So I'm going to I'll try this IT help desk one, and it's given me a name. And here there's already a starter description. Empowers employees to resolve issues. And then here's instructions. So this one is more conversational. Other times, I guess probably more often the way I do it, it's a little bit more bulleted or a little bit more listed. It's just kind of my personal preference, but it also works just by typing it out in a long conversation. So you might be doing, let's say, you're planning with your team a new agent, and you might whiteboard. You might be working together in a room or whiteboard within teams, and you're literally kind of typing out what you want your agent to do. You might be brainstorming on all of this. And what's super cool is that you could take those instructions and pop them in, and it's gonna jumpstart your agent building pretty significantly. And I mean, I remember back in the day doing projects where you're working in the room and you're spending a couple of days doing all this discovery, you're whiteboarding, you're taking notes, and then you have to go off to yourself, or your internal team, and you start compiling all of that, and it would take days to come back with kind of a good project plan. We can do that all right here simply by describing it. Okay, now I see this particular example. I'm not gonna do because it's an example for ServiceNow. If you have ServiceNow, that's great. It's a good starter. I don't, so I'm gonna back out of this one. I'll choose a different one instead. I'll choose website Q&A. This should be pretty straightforward. So now I could start giving suggested prompts. I could add now. Oh, it already added a knowledge source here of my site. So if you're, Contoso.com or whomever you are, you could use that as a knowledge source. So if I go back and I'll just accept that, I could add another knowledge site. Maybe it's another web page. Maybe it's a document. So for instance, if I click on that, I could go to public websites, to SharePoint. I'll show Dataverse later, and then I could just simply upload a file. I'll skip that for now. We'll get into that in a minute. So I'll hit create. Gives me a moment to take a sip of coffee. And here it comes. All right. So now I have an agent started. I didn't have to do anything. And I mean, this could be, if this is indeed what I need, just kind of basic Q&A on my website. And so here it is. It started. So if I were to publish this somewhere, this on the right side here is what people would see. So I'd see, hello, I'm your website Q&A Copilot. Please ensure you have the knowledge source. There it is. My Microsoft site and it's ready, you can see other things we can do. You could enable your agent to search all public websites. I would caution on that. You might get some imaginary information. You might get some information that's not appropriate. So that I would use that with caution. In some cases, maybe that's appropriate. And then I can also leverage Work IQ. So I can enable that, and this will begin to maybe generate tasks for me out of, or help me create a document or a PowerPoint or interact with SharePoint. So there's all sorts there. We'll get into those in a little bit. So you can see all this stuff that I could keep adding. I'm just going to test this, and I will say, what is the, this is probably a risky question, pricing of Copilot Studio. Okay. And I mean, it should come up with something because it had the Microsoft.com as a web source. Now, that site, that's the whole site, but you might have more specific. So there we go. It's coming back with some pretty good information, and it's giving me the different methods. So there's the just the basic out of the box. You're not working with a partner, maybe you should work with a partner, and it's just priced at $30 per user per month. And then there's pre-purchase plan, there's pay as you go. So this is pretty good. So yeah, I could go to a browser and be getting search for this, but I'm not going to get the results in this nice, nifty little, I could copy this, I could generate a Word document and present it however I'd wish. So pretty cool. And this is just the start of it. And of course, there's lots more that we could add. So let's say I'm happy with that. I could hit publish. And now what this would make it available for me to then publish it at other channels like Teams or something, or to a public website, maybe to my customer service site, that sort of thing. And and can be immediately consumed. So pretty simple. So even the previous version, so just a little bit of a history lesson, Copilot Studio, as its branded name, came about a year and a half or plus or so ago. Prior to that, we had a few years of the kind of the previous version of this. It was called Power Virtual Agent. Now you might wonder, why don't they still call it? Because everything else we say Power Apps, Power Automate, and so on. Well, it's really kind of Copilot Studio. It kind of transcends just Power Platform, and it really supports the entire Microsoft ecosystem and not just Power Platform. And so that's okay. All right. So now if I click back on my agents, here's my new website, Q&A there. All right. I'll see if there's any. Yep, it could be deployed. Yep. Okay. Thanks, John. Looks like folks are answering questions, but I'll take a look at that during breaks and lab time, that sort of thing. Okay. So that's just an initial starting with a template. It's a good starter example. Now, what I could also do is, of course, just create a blank agent. So that's what I'll do here. I'll hit create blank, and I'll just call this demo. I'll hit create. Now, this will be a little bit more like I'm building it myself rather than the template. So it's a blank slate, and that's great. So I should give it instructions. You can see this is also pretty cool. I can choose the model that I want to use. You can see some of them there are experimental. So you might use ChatGPT 5 or Claude Sonnet, Claude Opus. So each of these, you might have to do a little bit of digging to find out, for the purpose of we've got a brief description there. So you can see like Claude Sonnet 4.6, it assists with general task and content creation. But maybe you want more just more general, maybe choose ChatGPT 5. Or maybe you want more deep reasoning, you might go to Claude Opus. So you have all of those options. Now, also, those might be, you might see some of them, but they're grayed out. So you can see like Grok is grayed out. That's been disabled by your admin. You probably don't see Mythos. And so some of those, for any of you IT folk, you can determine which models your folks can use. I'll just leave it with Cloud Sonnet. That's fine. And then I'll begin giving it instructions. So I might say this agent will support my users and employees. I'm just making this up as I go. It's part of my confidence with all this is that I can just jump into it. Other times you might want to be maybe a little bit more planning if you're planning to demo this to other folks. So for expense related questions and activities. And then I might have, I want to say like be professional, but conversational. It actually, if you misspell, it's not bad. I might say, do not include personal identifiable, can't spell. Yeah, identifiable information. Still spelled it wrong. Okay, it'll figure it out. And do not provide tax information, maybe. I don't know. I'm just providing just a little bit of guidance there. And then we'll look at adding tools and topics later on. And then I'll add knowledge. So this could be my, I won't put in my corporate site for that sort of information, but I could add, this is where I'd add in things like, maybe my HR guidance. This is where I put in documentation. So I could add knowledge here. Let's say I have, let's see. I will find 1 second. I've got sample documents. 1 second that I'll just drag in. Have the wrong folder showing. There we go. Okay, how about oh, bear with me 1 second. Just looking for a couple good documents to add. I thought I had the expenses information. Okay. Shoot, I don't. How about okay, maybe we'll morph this slightly. And I'll find something slightly different to add in. In the meantime, let's just add a website. So here you can see I might add in my, again, public websites. So this could be, all right. Okay, maybe think about your own examples here for a moment, and I will find something. Okay. Here we go. Put this in. Oh, okay. Remember, this is actually good. So remember, sometimes public sites we can block entirely. Now we can allow public sites that we put in, but we could say just don't go beyond those. So I'm going to add to agent, and it's immediately ready. Now sometimes if you add documents, it might take a little bit longer. So I'm going to try this out, and I will say, what is the current mileage allowed, a rate allowed for expenses? Let's see how it does. Current mileage. And now what's cool here is it shows the query. Now this is me as the maker. Now your users won't see this. They won't see all of this, all the other stuff that's going on here in the center panel there, but it's showing where it's actually finding that information. And I could choose to edit the knowledge. I could choose to make changes here in my testing, but this is pretty good. So it's showing that the business rate, medical, moving, based on 2025 IRS mileage rates. This, of course, is US. And then it's also got the references. Is there anything else you'd like to know about? So it's already also conversational. I might say, are there deadlines for submitting? And so it'll keep coming back with questions that make sense based on what the user has defined. So pretty good start to kind of my first agent. So let's try here as a group. We'll and I know we're all virtual, so I can't necessarily come around and help you, but put in the chat if you're kind of hit any roadblocks, and I'll try to talk through that. But let's get you into. So I'll back up. So I'll go to. Let's see. I want to save this. And so I'll just kind of back up, make sure we're finding it. So we're going to copilotstudio.microsoft.com. You'll pick your environment. And then I would say for your first one, just start with doing a template, where the labs we'll get into shortly. I'm just starting first with just to start with a template, or just do something similar to what I just did, where you're just kind of creating one to get started. So where you're just describing it. And so just right from here, you can start with a template or create a blank one and just begin your agent. So maybe give that a try. And let's take about 15 minutes or so. And then I've got a few more slides before we get into a little bit more constructive labs. How are we doing? I'm going to check questions.
Yeah, just as a reminder, please put your questions in the chat window. Just because of the webinar structure, that's how we'll respond to any question. If you're stuck, put it in the chat window. Someone will reach out and try to help you as well.
Yeah, so we'll go till about 20 minutes past the hour. and then I'll jump back in to a few more slides, and then some more things to demo, and then we'll get into more labs.
And Tab, maybe look
Yeah,
to
go
take a
ahead.
break.
Yeah, and I
Quick.
was going to say if you want to step away, that's fine too. You've had already gotten a lot of info in 1 hour, so feel free to step up and stretch, refresh your beverage, and we'll keep going.
Yeah, we have some great questions
Yeah.
coming in. Maybe Tab, John, y'all can respond to them.
Yeah, Marissa has a great question about an agent to create project status for my emails and team chats. Can I give an agent access to Teams and Outlook as a knowledge source? So there is an option here. And that's also the kind of thing that you can do simply with Microsoft 365 Copilot. The kind of the simple chat, if you will. But if I come in here, there's an option here for I kind of breezed over it earlier, but if you scroll down under tools here, I can enable access to, you can see all of the Office stuff that we can access. So that is, that's kind of all you have to do. And it should find it. It may take a little bit of time to kind of process that information to get the first time when you first turn it on. But that can be great. For labs and environment setup, so labs I'm going to provide shortly. The environment setup, that was an email that was sent, but let me find, you can go to, it's just like try Copilot or something. This is one link. I think John might have a cleaner one, but yep, try Copilot. So what let me clarify the question Elizabeth had there about Outlook. So what it's doing is it's looking through your emails. If in your interaction with that agent, you could say draft an email for, and you could do things like, so like if I say, I'm not going to really have any data for this to do, but I could say, draft an email for, maybe I might say Contoso, if that's in my data. So a common way of finding, or if you know a specific person, so I don't know what I've got in my, I don't know if this will work. I don't have anybody to work with, but I could say draft an email for supporting expense questions for new employees, something like that. There we go. And okay, first of all, it wants me to allow, so I'll hit allow. Yep. Okay, this is the first time I've enabled this in this tenant, so it is going through a couple of initial setups. Okay, so I haven't really done anything here yet for this to work, but let's see how this goes. There we go. So it started an email there for me that I can, and it's generating all this information that I told it to do. Not much, but and it's signed it for me, and so that can be a good start. Yes, good point, Brad, that there are often restrictions for sensitive information. And then also, for instance, Copilot generally is not going to be able to access content local on your computer. It will need to be in OneDrive or SharePoint. And you have to have permissions to it, that sort of thing. So, and that's all part of our responsible AI kind of elements.
Yeah, pointing out there, I mean, Copilot and the agents that use the work IQ, I mean, they never bypass the Microsoft security boundaries, right? So it only shows you like the signed in user, what they're allowed to see based upon their Exchange permissions, SharePoint permissions, Teams memberships, and kind of like sensitive labels and compliance policies. I think we also worked with some other companies that had some admin policies that explicitly allow for Copilot access. But yeah, I mean you can kind of see just it's got multiple layered dependencies on it, but it really kind of comes down to it'll never bypass the Microsoft 365 security intro. Sorry, Ed just kind of came down there. So yeah, right inside Ed, there are there's actually a tool, and I think that Tad's going to cover this by just adding knowledge sources. You can quickly add knowledge sources to your agent, including public websites, SharePoint sites, and there's a lot of other connectors that we're going to kind of go through a little bit. But I mean, that tool capability, it's literally just going to be a button on the agent when it says knowledge sources. And again, I think Tad, you're going to cover the knowledge sources on here as well.
Yeah.
Adding knowledge sources. Yeah, you'll see that Ed here just a little bit, but yeah, it's very, very straightforward. Thank you for your questions. Any other questions before we start to get started?
Give me just 1 minute to run and refresh my beverage. I'll be right back.
Let's see, could not add. Let me see what you got there. Okay. So the reason that you're not being able to get all the way down there, one of the limitations that it has is the amount of layers it can go down into. So I think you're very deep into a very specific, area on that. That ASPX page, if it's also connected to like another data file, you can do it that way. But and let me just quickly take a look at how many layers you can go deep there. 1 second. I think it's 3 layers. Side. Let me just quickly take a look at this. Yeah, our recommended folder depth is about 5 to 7 layers max on that. And then I think on the other side of that, though, Ed, just ensuring, if you've got access to get to that file as well.
All right, I'm back. I've prepped an example here of using SharePoint as because one of the next things I want to talk about is more on knowledge. I just did a website, but I want to do a little bit more there. So I'm going to jump back to slides, and then I've prepped in my trial here. I can get to it. Come on. I've just created a couple of folders. Let's say I have customers, and I have this Contoso, and I've added some documents for Contoso. So now these I could drag in and load them as actual documents. That works. Or I can also use a SharePoint site. Now, the advantage of the SharePoint site is that it could be more dynamic. People may be loading documents and that sort of thing. So I'll use that as an example in just a little bit. So, all right, I'm going to go back to slides, and I'll keep coming back to questions as well. Thank you, John, Sergio, for answering questions too. So let me jump back in. Yeah, I'll share. Okay. All right. So part of our knowledge includes generative AI instructions. So this was a big change from Power Virtual Agent to Copilot Studio, and also Copilot Chat. I've seen some commentary that some folks maybe don't have Copilot Studio, but they have Copilot Agent or Microsoft 365 Copilot. A lot of what we do here, certainly what we'll do today, you can do we keep changing the name, Copilot Studio Lite, Copilot Agent Builder. So you maybe heard different names there, the M365 Copilot Chat. So there's different names. But you can do a lot of that with the agents there. In fact, if there's time, I might pop over there and show the creating of an agent in that scenario too. But a big difference that came from Copilot, from Power Virtual Agent Copilot Studio is the generative AI. Prior to that, we had to do everything with topics. So we had to create very declarative um, um, paths of information, kind of conversational flows for our chatbots. And so we had to know all of the information. We had to know all of the possibilities. We had to give it very prescribed um, uh, trigger messages. And we may still very likely use triggers because we're going to have situations where we don't want Copilot going off into the World Wide Web, finding whatever it thinks. We want it to be very specific. However, we do have the option to be very generative. So this allows us to basically what I did in my earlier just quick little walkthrough is I didn't do any manual authoring of those topics. I just told it to use, here's my resources. And so it can go through that really, really well and find information like it showed. It found the information about expensing mileage, and it generated a draft email for me to use for new employees and so on. Now that was just generic public information. Of course, internally, we're going to have much better guidance. I'm a little reticent to put in my own HR stuff, but you get the idea. And then, however, we can still use the specific topics, but when we author those topics, we can describe them with natural language. We don't have to build them all out quite so manually as we used to. So with AI general knowledge, and you probably saw this when I was doing the demo, I didn't specifically call it out, but there is the ability to enable it, disable it. Now, you might do that on different agents. Some agents, maybe it's okay. Other agents, you're going to be more confined, especially like maybe internal ones or more, kind of employee HR kind of thing, or policies. That you don't want it going out and finding someone else's policies. You want it to be specific to your organization. And then this allows it to be really versatile, allows it to be very accessible, and to make sure that it's still meeting the needs of your agent. So our generative answers. So with Copilot Studio's generative answer capability, your agent can retrieve and present that information. It could be internal sources, external sources, and you don't have to build those topics. And then those answers can serve as your source of information for your agent. You can also have a fallback to your pre-authored topics if the agent can't locate it otherwise. And then what's really important here is we have this capability, it can really help makers start considering what data sources are available. So which ones you need to summarize the answer on specific customer or employee questions. And so therefore, maybe it's not going to be quite as generative, and that's where we're going to be more specific. So public websites, great. You saw me demo that with the IRS site, with the Microsoft site. But then next we'll look at SharePoint, and then also Dataverse, and also uploading files. And these aren't our only ones by any means. They're just really common ones that you might start with. And of course, there's lots of other applications. We have 1,500 plus connectors. You can build custom connectors. And so there are, MCP servers, a lot of organizations, and this is something my team helps partners and software development companies to do, is to create MCP servers for their products. So the knowledge sources, this allows us to supply the agent with really accurate, well-grounded, real content, using the support of generative AI, so we don't have to hard code all the answers like we used to have to do. And so you can see here's just a splash of some of the capabilities that you might select. And then the URL, I think there was a question about the depth. So URLs redirecting to another site is not, so like you can't have it direct from one main site to another main site, but you might have those as other sites. So it's not really a limitation. And then it could be that there might be some authentication that you might run into. And so this is where maybe you'll have to do something different, maybe a custom connector, or maybe there's an MCP server for that source. And then there is a limitation on depth of level of depths that it can go down. Now, I haven't really necessarily found this to be a limitation, because if you're really going to be that specific, you might be building agents for different reasons, and then you might supply, different URLs or different data sources. So you just have to be flexible there. And part of that is performance. Part of it is just so to make sure that your agent it can answer quickly and accurately. And then with the documents, so we can upload those as our knowledge source. Now, you will say sometimes it can take a little time for those documents, depending how large they are, to be available. And I'll show you both ways, and you'll see kind of the performance of that. I usually find that that web pages, or at least URLs where the content is faster than loading. Then we can also have documents that might be in Dataverse, or maybe Azure Storage, Azure blobs, or other. Yeah, there's a variety of places that you might put these documents. And then there is a limit on size. Now that might have changed. I don't remember. 512 megabytes is still the limit. And then you may find differences between the different type of documents. So what I'm saying here is that if you load it into SharePoint, say Excel files or Word documents, PDFs, all fine. There's a whole list of types of files you can load. You could have potentially an issue with Purview, and it might be doing things or whatever your security application is. We have Microsoft Purview, so of course that's my bias. But that security will drive sensitivity labels. So if anyone is not familiar with sensitivity labels, any document at least within the Microsoft realm, you can specify a sensitivity label on the document. And this is a great practice. So it might be confidential, it might be employee only, it might be general, it might be public. There's several levels, I think 5 or 6. I've taken my security training, but I think it's 5 or 6 sensitivity labels. And then that could limit what your agent can find. So just keep that in mind. When you're loading those files, I have found that some files, even oddly CSV files, may not fall under the realm of Purview, and they might just block it. So you'll have some nuances you might have to work through. That was a lot of talk about one slide, but I think it's kind of important. Okay, and then another important element here is then our conversational boosting. So with an agent's topic, you can, of course, have generative AI helping us, but sometimes you might need to provide more specific things, more specific steps to take, but also to be more, maybe more complex. There are times where maybe you need to call a flow, call a Power Automate flow, call a tool, call some other, call another agent, And so in those cases, you're often going to be building more specific topics. And our takeaway labs will get into that. We won't have time today to get too deep in our exercises, but that's something that you might take away and work on. And then we can also have a fallback topic. So when an agent can't find the matching intent or topic for a user's query, it could, if you've enabled it, it'll use generative answers and try to answer that question. Now that the generative answers could be the fallback, but if the user's intent isn't matched by the topics or the generative answers, the fallback system topic could be used. And this might be an escalation saying, I can't find what you are asking about. I'm going to pass you to a live agent. And, maybe say, please give me a moment while I search for an agent. And that's where you use things like maybe our customer service or service as a contact center as a service, and maybe the omni-channel, and you pass off your agent. And that's relatively straightforward within the Microsoft platform. If you're using other products, there might be a little bit more work to hook that up. All right, so let's get into demoing this, and then I'll put back up the labs. But first, I'm going to go through our knowledge, and then I'll share the links to the labs as well, and we'll get started in those. Okay, so let me share again. Let's see, I'm going to share a different screen here. 1 second. Okay, let's share this one. Okay. All right. So like I said a moment ago, I in my SharePoint site here within my tenant that I'm working in, I've created just a couple of customer folders. And so I could use these in my searching, in my looking up information. So, oops, let's go back to, here we go. I'll just keep adding into this one, my demo agent. Its instructions are getting a little wider, but that's fine. So I'm going to hit add knowledge, and I'll choose the SharePoint. And so I could browse. This might work. I may have to go out and find, okay, there it is. Let's call this MCS Academy. And I'll just choose, actually, I'll just choose that. There we go. We'll hit add to agent. And now this might take a moment. And it claims it's already ready. We'll see. That would be really fast for me, I think, but I'll try it out. So one of the files I loaded there is a, can't get to my tabs. Oh, there's SharePoint. So if I look at Contoso, there's this customer events. So it just has a listing of some, this is just sample data. So I might say, I'll ask about what training webinars are available. Okay, what Contoso training webinars are available? Again, it's showing all the places that it's looking, and it's found some Contoso information. Okay, yeah, I think it's not quite ready yet. Normally, it takes a little bit of time for that to dig through or to process that file. But we'll let it go, and I'll try it again after a bit. But as another example, if I go back to knowledge, yep. you see what I did there? I closed the search or the test. I can always bring it back by clicking test. And in fact, it's still sitting there spinning. That's fine. Now, this time I'll give an example of adding documents. And I'll add those same documents just because I've got, oh, there it came back. Pretty cool beans. See that? So it looked through that file and it found they're now passed, quite passed. Yeah. Oh, there. See, it's even smarter than I gave it credit for. It said both of these webinars are past events. There are no future. Isn't that's kind of amazing to me that that it was smart enough to come back with that information. So even not all that long ago, I would have had to have instructed it to look for to make sure to only find events in the future. But in this case, it did find them, but it explained how it did, how it didn't. And it's looking at my title, PSA. It was even looking for information that was specific to me. I bet if I added in, I know if I added in Microsoft, it would do a similar thing and it would find events for me. So it's super cool. Okay, let me keep going with I got distracted by the cool factor of my agent. So now I'll do another way of adding knowledge, and that's to load documents. So you can see I just browse and upload. I can navigate to SharePoint or OneDrive. In this case, I'll just drag these documents in. So I have this sales process document for Contoso, and I'll add to agent. And I can do multiple files. So I can do that events file as well. In fact, that events file I've used in other workshops where we've done things like registered someone for the event. Okay, so this is what you're probably going to find is that it loaded the document and then it's showing in progress. This will take a little bit of time. All right, while that's loading, I'll do one more example of adding knowledge, and then I'll let you get into the kind of the first lab of our series, our lab series. I'm going to choose Dataverse. Now, you may not have Dataverse, but this is and that's fine. Just follow along. This is a great example. Maybe you've got some other data source. So like you can see that you might look up other information. You might search for it. This is all I've got on my particular system. So I'll go ahead and hit Dataverse and account. I'll just choose that. That's really logical. Accounts are organizations with whom we do business. And I'm going to add that to the agent. And then I'll ask it a question or two based on, okay, says it's ready. You can see that document is still in progress. So clearly SharePoint is faster because I loaded that. It said it was ready right away. I was skeptical, but it still came back pretty quick, just a couple of minutes. This will take time. If you have a 400 megabyte file, you'd probably expect a couple of hours for it to process through that because realize it's indexing, it's doing all sorts of stuff to prepare for answering your questions. All right, so I'm going to go back to test, and I'm going to say list my accounts in Washington State. So you can see all the stuff it's doing. It's giving me kind of a more specific version there. Okay, I was maybe need to readdress that. Maybe it doesn't like Washington. Maybe I need to say, how about see if it does better with that. I would have expected it to find Washington even if it's only listed as WA. And this could also be how quickly it found that data. So I may just give it a little bit of time. I debate sometimes whether to have a completely built examples to show. I kind of like to just build it for you because that's what you have to do. Okay, we'll give that some time on the knowledge. All right, so I'm going to bring up the labs I've got for you. And I'll put the links in the slides. I'll show the slide here actually. So there is a kind of a quick and simple create and deploy an agent example. But I'll probably encourage you to start with the lab series. And so there's 2 series here, and we'll start with lab 1, and I will paste this link in the chat, and then I'll show it to you. Okay, that came out really huge. And so here we are. We do a lot of things in GitHub, and I apologize. I like dark mode for my browser, and hopefully it's still contrast enough here. And so you can see me go through a fair amount. So I don't think I'm going to demo this too much, this particular example. But this is having you go come in, create an agent. And this particular example goes through, if you end up doing the whole thing, awesome. And it will go through creating an agent. There's a little solution you can import that kind of jumpstarts the build. And then you'll keep building your agent. You'll work with topics. You'll work with nodes. You'll work with entities and actions. So there's lots here, a little more than we can get through today. But this is a great start, and we should be able to do at least a lab or 2, I think. And so what this is doing is it's giving you all of the kind of the guidance for it. So here it's like here's a description. So you can just copy this. There's a little copy link there. Let me zoom myself a little bit. And there's screenshots. This guides you pretty well. You can call it expense claim assistance. And this is using ChatGPT 1, but 4.1, but feel free to choose something else. You may not see all these triggers that they show. And then it has more instructions on what to give it. And so you might you might use exactly how this is or vary a little bit. That's okay. In this example, it's going to disable public websites. And then you can try testing it and managing topics. So this will give you I didn't show this. So let me go back to mine. My apologies, 1 second. So topics, there are some out of the box here. And so something like greeting is how it gets started. And so it's saying here, the agent chooses, describe what the agent does. And you can see it's saying hello, good morning, hello. And if you want to change that, you could say, good morning, good afternoon, hello, hi. And you could modify whatever it's saying here right at the beginning. So like, hello, how can I help you today? You might say, hello, I don't know, whatever. If you wanted to be, I could say, how can I support your employee questions today? There we go. And so this is how we can now, that first message. So if I said hello, and again, once we publish this and deploy this, you're not going to see all this other stuff that's going on. And so this particular one, it's the greeting. This is really all it's just doing. It's just getting started. Now, at some point, we'll probably, like that lab will have you do, give it a little bit more instructions. Okay. All right. I've been talking a lot. Let's let you jump in. Let's give you some time here, maybe like 20 minutes, maybe 15 to 20 minutes. And we'll work on this first lab. So again, there's the link to it. Um, and if you're maybe not if you don't have Copilot Studio, hopefully you do. If you're not really fully there yet, at least scroll through it and give it kind of a go through and see what it's doing for you. Yeah, Greg said it. And of course, if you need to step away, that sounds good too. So feel free to step away if you need to, and I'll put a timer up. Um, so if you step away, you'll know when I'm gonna kind of bring us back as a group.
Yes, Ted mentioned any questions, throw them in the chat window if you get stuck. People are here to support.
And I need just a moment. I will step away.
Again, if anybody gets stuck, help is on the way. Feel free to add a chat item or in the Q&A section. quick time check at roughly around 7 minutes. So we'll get started in a few.
Stella, we're not ignoring your question or your post that you made out there on the narrow versus broad. It is a very complex answer. I'm just trying to think of kind of looking at this. I know we don't have the time to kind of go through it, but I was trying to summarize a couple pieces in here. But in short, I mean, you can is designed specifically to resolve this narrow versus broad tension by separating, I guess, control from exploration. Rather than you forcing, one choice or the other, you can use conversational boosting and put your controls in some of the conversational boosting if it does, almost use as a fallback. Anyway, it's a complex question, Stella. And I definitely want to kind of, take this on a little bit and see if I may not be able to get it to in the post. This might be something that I may be out there, but I don't know. Tad, if you took a look at Stella's question on there, if you got a way to maybe fit that in the next 5 minutes before we move on.
My apologies, I missed that. I'm scrolling back. See the question about Copilot Studio versus basic agents. Is that question? If so, I was going to show that in just a little bit. We're going to do one more section that'll be on deploying, and we'll try that out, and then I'll come back and I'll talk about the the Microsoft 365 agent builder.
Hi, Ted. I had posted one question about the access. What is the best way to get access to Microsoft Studio if your work doesn't allow it or not offered through yet?
Hey, just a reminder, all questions need to come through the chat. We are staying away from voice, Anita. So if you just want to type that into the chat window, we'll get that question answered for you.
Yeah, I did earlier. Yep.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, my apologies. I'm scrolling through the chat. I was talking so much, I wasn't minding it so much. But if you can create a trial. That was that try Copilot Studio. You may likely, though, if you have any Copilot, you'll have the Microsoft 365 Copilot, and that has a light agent builder. And in a little bit, I'll show that, and that can be an option for folks as well. Oh.
So we got some people that have been writing some Q&A posts in there versus some chats. So we're monitoring both of them here. That's why.
Okay.
So I've been looking at the Q&A stuff as well. So that's why I think
Okay.
things are getting
All right.
two different ones. Let me switch over to the chat here.
Yep. Ted, I'm going to need to borrow that travel app from you. Almost at time, everyone.
All right, so I want to show a couple of things. My example document I loaded a little bit ago has processed. Also, if you're following through that lab, there was a document to download this expenses policy. I've downloaded it and I've uploaded it, so hopefully that will show as well. So what I could do is I might ask a question about what lead generation and prospecting policy or process do we have? And there it's found my sales process document. It's not a huge document, so I'm not sure how much it'll extract out of that, but take a look. But this can be great for if you've done, if you have your documents, your documentation about a customer or about yourself in some documented in some way. A user could be finding out, discovering information without necessarily knowing where that document is, but it will find it. So I actually use that a lot for finding documents. We have a repository of all of the PowerPoints and Word docs and demos and videos and all of the stuff that field people can use and technical people such as myself can use. And I actually use Copilot for searching for information I need. It's even found specific slides in a deck for me. So so it found that document, all the information it has about the lead prospecting and the process that we go through for sales and using our CRM tool. And so again, I didn't have to do any topic iteration of that. This was all done through the generative AI and providing the knowledge. All right, I'm going to do a few more slides. We'll do another lab following going through a deployment. So you're going to create a quick and easy agent, which I think is good practice. And then we're going to deploy it. And I'll go through and show that. So let's just do a couple of slides here. One moment. Let me find. So it struck me as a little dangerous in the way we have our the navigation in Teams. The share and the leave are right next to each other, and I have on more than one occasion accidentally left when I was choosing to share. All right. Okay, let's look at deploying agents. So yes, there's lots more that we can be doing, and all these other labs support that, and all these other things that we might do. But in this case, I'm just showing you kind of an end-to-end, and then we can back up and do a lot of the other cool stuff that our agents can do. So deploying is obviously rather important. We want our users, our consumers, to be able to access it. So first off, you saw me already doing this, where I was testing. It's just, I hadn't talked about it quite yet because it is kind of obvious right there, but it's important to remember that we should test our agents. And in fact, it's kind of hard to resist. You put in the knowledge and you want to see how well is this doing. And so we kind of immediately jump into testing that. But what's cool is, and you saw as I was demoing, that it's showing what it's doing. It's going in real time through this activity map. Now, you don't have to have that. You can turn that off. But as you can see here, it toggle it off. But I think it's pretty cool. And then you can also see how it's going, maybe through topics. And then at any time, you can clear your test session if you just want to just have kind of a clean slate in your testing. And then so the test panel, and if you ever close it, like if you hit that X, you can always just hit that big test button again, and it will come back. Now, this, of course, is not all that other stuff. I'll go back a slide. All of these things, the activity map, all of that, that doesn't show to the end user. The end user is only seeing essentially what I'm showing here in this test. They're just seeing that interaction in the agent box that they're probably used to. So then what we'll need to do is publish this. So this allows us to share it out. Maybe it's just internal. Maybe we just share it within Teams. That's the example I'll show because it's relatively easy. But of course, we might do it in, say, our Power Pages in our portal, or in a custom portal, some other application that people are using for their website. And that, in which case, if it's not Power Pages, you'll just need to get, you'll just add it as, you'll need a little code snippet for it. And then on that website, it'll just be your web developer will just add that in to load the agent. And then once we published it, we will choose what channel we want to do. So once we do that, we're going to go to another spot, and I'll give you a little bit more of a tour in Copilot Studio. There's some other things I hadn't shown yet, so we'll drill down a little bit more, and we'll choose Teams in our example, and then you can see how it might be in another way of accessing it. All right, so let's show that. So I keep showing my other stuff. All right, let's share this one. Okay. There you go. Okay, so back here in my getting to be rather messy demo agent, that's okay. I'll hit publish. And now at this point, I haven't published it anywhere. Basically, I've just said it's publishable. So it's not really, it's kind of like maybe if you've done, app development and you've published the app, maybe users aren't accessing it yet, but it's now a published live version that could be used. So what I'll need to do is across the top here, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And then there's another spot. I'm going to get to channels. You see channels there. I'll get there in a moment. But I'm going to click on settings because there is some other consideration here around security. So like, for instance, if I click on security, by default, it's going to be using Authenticate with Microsoft. Now, you might choose other ways of handling that. Generally, I mean, for what I work with, I'm just working within the Microsoft realm. I'm working with Teams and SharePoint and Power Apps and so on. And so that works great for me. If you're doing other authentication, you might have to do a little bit of work. Occasionally, you might have no authentication. So it's just publicly available. That would be on a public website. Now, I'll just talk through the use case there. So let's say I publish this onto my website. I might say authenticate manually. I might do no authentication. It might be somewhere in between. What I mean is if it's my customer service, I might have login function already on that site. So your site might have public stuff. So any stuff that anyone can see. I could browse to Microsoft.com. I can see lots and lots and lots of stuff. And then I might have stuff that only I could see. Like if I'm a Microsoft customer, I only want to see maybe my cases, my support tickets, that sort of thing. So in that case, I would have to log in. But now the system knows me. And so then if I go to interact, it will know who I am already. Other times you might actually add authentication into your agent, in which case you would add a topic, like an authentication topic. So if somebody asked, they put in a query, what's the status of my cases or my tickets? You would have to have a topic or knowledge that answers that, and it may prompt the user to authenticate. So it could be they're authenticating already on the website, or in your agent, you could prompt them to authenticate. In my example here today, I'm just going to leave it as authenticate with Microsoft. I would say feel free to kind of scroll through this and see all the stuff that's here. Like, for instance, I've got generative AI on. Now, if I say no, then I'm going to have to rely pretty much just on my agent topics. And then there's other, you might see preview stuff. You might try out, probably not for production, but you might try it out. And then just kind of go through and see stuff. Here's where you could change the icon. It's just a generic icon. Maybe within your organization, your marketing group has specific things, images for you to use. And then security, I went through connection settings. We won't worry about that too much yet, but this is where, oh yeah, you can see, you remember when I enabled all the Office stuff, the work IQ, it asked me to okay that. And so now you can see, there it is, I'm connected. Authoring Canvas, most of these I'm not going to bother to go through right now. Languages, you probably already on your language, but you could add additional language. Now that is something that in my advanced labs, which I'm going to share a link to, there is a module on working with multiple languages, if that is applicable. All right, I'm going to go back. Let's go to publish this. What we've published. Let's go to selecting a channel. So I'm going to choose channels, and I'll keep it a good starter, simple here. I'm going to say Microsoft 365 or Microsoft Teams. So I click that, and this is way simple. It used to be back in the day. You know what I'm going to do first? I've never logged into Teams in this tenant. Let's do that first, just in case it wants to, I don't know, kickstart it. Now you can also, on any of your, so say I'm back here, I could hit the little waffle button and go to Teams. That would have worked too. I typed the URL in manually, that's fine. I'm just doing this because in the real world, of course, I'm sure you've already been to Teams. But in my case, I just wanted to make sure I authenticated everything first. Sign in. Oh, what? It should work. And since I'm in a trial, I'm going to stick with the web version of Teams. I don't want to go over into my own Teams because that's my Microsoft authentication. Not this. I'm not using a Microsoft tenant. I'm using my own. Okay, so here I am, and you see I've got other stuff going on. I've demoed some other things. So, okay, this is good to go. I'm going to go back to channels, and I'm going to publish to Microsoft 365 and Teams. And you can see it's checkbox, make available, and I'll add channel. And now it does the connectivity. It wasn't that long ago. This step actually was a little bit involved. It would take a bit of time to go through because we had to do some stuff in Azure. We had to, yeah, it was, we've made this really pretty simple. We can edit the details about it. I'll just leave it as demo. And I can, it's even giving me a link, see agent and Teams. So I'll click that. I want to stay in the browser. I don't want to go into my Teams. And here it comes. All right. It's asking me, do I want to add it? I could give it some, yeah, I could give my developer name if I wanted to. And so now I'm effectively publishing out to a channel in which users could interact with it. And so then you might share it to a specific group. I just said Teams, but you might share it to a specific group. You might encourage people, to pin it. So like once it's there, I could right click and say pin. And so then it will always be there. And so I might say what expense, I don't know, I forget exactly what I've got here. What are the expense policies? Pretty general question, open-ended question, but you can see that it should come back. And my grammar wasn't even correct. What are the expense policy? Just give that a moment. And then, you might enhance this further with in your processing. Oh, okay. First time stuff to do. Because in my agent, I had enabled Work IQ and Copilot IQ. I needed to allow it here my first time accessing it. So just a couple of initial steps. And then once that's done, we should be golden. And now another reason to maybe use Teams is oftentimes in our agent, we might be doing things like, or in our other our backend processes, like what Power Automate is doing. We might have, like, say, an approval or something, and so I might get an alert, a chat alert from an agent saying there's been an approval request for you. And I might have questions for it. I might say, okay, well, for blah, 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 what is this? And I could simply from that approval notice, I could be interacting with all of the related information about that approval with the agent. So I don't necessarily, if I have questions, I don't have to go back to the user that initiated the request. I can just ask those questions and the agent will come back with it. And it might even prompt me things like, I might end up creating a record, or I might add a task, and all of that just from the agent working here in the channel, in this case, Teams. All right, there we go. So pretty cool. It came back with a policy. And if you need more details or have questions about a specific, it's prompting me to ask more questions. So that's deploying. So let's take a few minutes here. I've got a separate example. I'll put that in here. Oops. Find the right spot. Okay. This particular one, you'll just quick create. It's going to be end to end. So you will create the agent and go through you'll add in a couple of things. So you have a functional agent, and then you'll go through that deployment process. Okay, so let's try that out. If I can find it. Got a lot of screens here. Okay, it's this one here. So this is the link I sent. So you'll create an agent. And here's just a little bit of an overview. Do it. It's not too important. In fact, if you want to take an agent you've already completed, that's cool. Just come down and go through the steps to deploy like I just showed. This is just another example. So make sure. So if you've already built an agent, save it, publish it, and then follow steps to deploy. Okay, this example, it's publishing to a demo website. I chose Teams, but you can do that as well. It says that you're blocked. Oh, demo website may not work. Okay, then use Teams, like I just showed. It's probably why I just accidentally did that instead of following the lab. I'll put timer up. Let's take about 10 to 15 minutes, I think. And then I've got just a little bit more to go through with you. This will take us to 40 minutes past the hour.
Okay, do you have any questions or anything that you want to post inside here? We're monitoring those right now.
And John likes the hard questions, so ask the hard ones.
Yeah.
I'm just passing them off to you, Greg, in the back end.
Appreciate all the support from you guys. While I'm talking and demoing, it's a little hard to keep an eye on the chat. So this is a great opportunity for all of you to be interacting with the leadership team of your partner. So I'm not encouraging you to ask other questions unrelated, but I just meant it's great to have this interaction.
Yeah. Likewise, Ted. Thanks for all the effort. I think looks like there's a question about how to do this in Teams. To try Teams, and there was a question on how to do that.
Yes. Yeah, I can show that again. So from my agent, so what you might do, first of all, is just make sure you have access to Teams. So you can do that easily by, just close out of this, by clicking the waffle button and click on Teams. So I can just verify that here within your environment, you're able to, whether you're using a trial, it should be no problem. And I'm guessing since you're in a Teams meeting that you have Teams yourself. And so just make sure that you can access that first. I've done that. And then I'll need to publish my agent and potentially save it. So if I haven't saved it, I'll see the save button here, and then I'll hit publish. And that takes a moment. Depends on how big. As your agent grows, publishing can take a little bit longer. So it should be pretty quick. And I'll test I think as Sergio commented, I think it's the demo site is no longer kind of free. I don't know why. Because it's just a demo site. Okay, it's taking longer than I thought. Yeah, I keep adding things, so it's gotten a little bit bigger. Normally, I'm not worried about how long it takes to publish, except when I'm trying to demo it really quick and easy. So it says I can close that. So I'll keep going here. So I'll go to channels, and still publishing. Could share a preview. If I try the demo. Oh, you have to turn off. I might have to demo state. You might have to change it to no authentication. I think that's why. Okay, and then for Teams, now once I'm in here, and you can see there's also like SharePoint. So I'll do that next. So here's Teams, and it's really pretty straightforward. It might prompt me to authenticate anything I've done, like WorkIQ, and then it'll give me a link to it, and I can quickly navigate and verify and test it out. Okay, I've already done that, so I'll just close that a second. And mine came up over here, or no, over here. There we go. And there's my agent. It was called demo. So I pinned it. So it's always going to be here. So like if I come back and I go onto other chats, I see it here. But so this is the history of my chat. But I can also click on the demo and maybe do a refresh. Let me show the SharePoint. So if I click SharePoint, and then I can choose a site, and it's going to look in my in my SharePoint, and I'll just choose this same one again. I'll click deploy, and great, it's deployed. Doesn't give me a link this time. That's okay. And if I go to my SharePoint, and I'll have to refresh. And I should see it. It's a little agent icon up at the top. And this should be ready to go. All right, let's give folks a few more minutes to try out deployment, type questions if you have them.
Oh
Excuse me.
no.
Okay. I want to show a couple more things, and then I want to go back and review all of the potential labs that you can work on, and that'll should take us up to our break and our next break/next session. We'll see how we're doing on timing. Okay, so I've done quite a bit here within this agent. Added knowledge. We did several different examples there. A couple, the mine say they're all ready to go. We've published this out, deployed it to a channel. The additional labs will get into some other things, such as adding tools. So you can see I've already added, whether I really realize it or not, I added Work IQ. I might add, say, Dataverse as a tool. And what's cool there, you can see there's lots here. This is where you might add in, Outlook Calendar, Outlook Mail. So this is where you could then have instructions to do things like create an email, and somebody had a question about. And so there's quite a few here, just kind of popular ones, and then you can get to connectors, and you can build prompts for more specific work. MCP connectors. I'm going to choose the Dataverse or Dynamics 365. No, let's not do that one. Let's just do Dataverse. Okay. It is deprecated, but we can still use it for now. I'm going to create a connection. Most other stuff you connect to will likely have a connector requirement, a connection requirement. In this case, Dataverse is OAuth. That's a lot of what we do within Microsoft will be that. You can see it is a premium one, so you may not have access for this. I'm not asking you to do it right now, just demonstrating it. I'll hit create. We'll sign in. And I'll add it. And so now this is part of my agent. And what's cool is what I've had to do in the past, say with connectors, is maybe I have to choose, okay, I choose the connector Dataverse, and then I have to choose things like list accounts or, locate, or find or get or create new record or trigger when record is created. So all of those is like individual, but actually now this is part of my my capability. So then, once I get into building out a topic, I have full connectivity to Dataverse, and I can explore the data much faster than before. Agents, I won't get into that, but right now. But this would be like if I wanted to call another agent with it. So these are all the ones I have, at least are published. You can see I have a couple that are not published, or I could create a new one on the fly. And then once I do that, then my current agent, the one called demo, has the knowledge to know that it could go to another agent if needing help. So then, because your users aren't going to behave like you expect them to. They might go to one agent that's called employee and start asking about sales orders in Dataverse. And if we've instructed our agent to talk to other agents, it will handle that for us. And then topics got into just a little bit. So this is where and additional labs, which I'll show you in a little bit. You'll get into these more, and there'll be more specific things to do. Activity. So I might see things that have been going on with not much here because I haven't done much in here, but you can see that I've been doing a little bit in here, and you're not really gonna get a lot out of this per se, but you could drill in. It's maybe if you're troubleshooting what someone was doing, and what I came up with. Oh, there. Okay, then this did finish later. Remember I asked about Washington State, and you can see that it did find all of those, but it wasn't ready yet. So that's cool. It did find it. Um, Evaluation. So it's a way of creating automated testing for your agents. I don't think I have a lab for it actually, but that could be something you might want to leverage or be asked to do. Analytics, kind of how it sounds. We won't have a lot in here because I haven't done much yet here. Yeah, you can see it's just hasn't captured much. There's not enough traffic to generate a summary. But over time, that might, you'll begin to see things like, what is your billing? That's especially important for managing your usage. Now, in just a little bit, Sergio's going to talk more about that, and he'll have a slide or two covering that sort of thing. And so if we have questions, we can come back to that. And the channels I've already been to. All right, so that's Copilot Studio, high level. I've got labs to take you deeper. But I wanted to do one more thing, and that's to show you the Microsoft 365 agent builder, because there was some questions about it. In case you cannot get to Copilot Studio, this could likely be an alternative. So to get there, I just hit the waffle button. I go to Microsoft 365 Copilot. I've already done that, so here I am. Now this could be just in the browser, or which I am now, or in the app. My Copilot 365, excuse me, Microsoft 365 Copilot app is authenticated to my work, so I'm not going to go there, but I'll go here in this tenant. And so you can see I've already got some agents going. Now, even though I just created that demo one over in Copilot Studio, I can actually find it here. We're much more interoperable between the two. It used to be, when this first came out, I created an agent here and it was just kind of one and done. But now we can do pretty well. So let me show just a quick example here, and I'll leverage some of the stuff I've already done, say in SharePoint. So I'll do go back to agents. I'll do create an agent. And so think of this as Copilot Studio Lite, even though that's not what we call it anymore, but it's really kind of what it is. And I'll say create an agent for working with an agent for customer project planning and status updates. And I'll let it start. There was a button there that said click to configure. I'll probably go there pretty quickly. In the meantime, I think, what did I load in SharePoint? I think I have, oh, I've got another document I'm going to load here because this will be good. Here we go, project documents. I'm going to load this as an example. Okay. All right, let's come back here. Okay, it's still thinking, still lining up. Okay, there we go. So you can see it's got a lot of the same stuff. And I'll go ahead and hit create, and we can see it better. We can, of course, still edit it and make changes to it. The original version of this, once you created it, it was what you had. You couldn't go back and edit it. All right, so you can see I've got most of the same things. So I can get into, do I want to get to documents? Yes. Create images, I don't know, maybe, sure. And then you can see it also, because of what I told it, it's already started to give me some prompts. And so I might say, I'm going to add one more. And, oh, it's already did one. Start a new project plan. I'll create another one just as an example. Create a project plan. And I'll say create a project plan for, and then I'm going to put slash and a bracket. Now, this isn't like necessarily official. Well, the slash is, that's a search function. And I'm just going to put here client. And this would be meaning that it's a placeholder for when the user runs the prompt that they populate what they want. And I'm going to use Contoso. Okay, so pretty good. I'm going to say update. Now, the prompts, you might wonder, okay, what did you mean by prompts? I'll just leave it as private. I'm the only person here. And so then when I run this, so let's just go back. Oops. Here, let's go back to agents. Where'd it go? Did I not save it? I thought I saved it. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's already one. There's one out of the box. Or I've created once before. That must be it, Project Planner. Okay, so I'm going to open it. So these are the prompts. No, this isn't the one I just created. There must already be one in there called Project Planner. That's okay. So you wonder, what are the prompts? These are the prompts. And the advantage of that is that sometimes users don't know what to ask. They're not really sure how to get started. So, oh, it did have mine. There it is. Create a project plan for client name with milestones. And so I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to take out, and I'm going to put in Contoso. And you see it already found stuff. And yeah, that's cool. I know the project document. So it would have found the project documents. That's okay. I'll just go ahead and choose it. But you can see that capability there. It's searched. And so now I said, that's fine. Just use this one document. If I had a whole bunch of documents, then I wouldn't have done that. I would just chosen the folder or just left it as the name. And so now it's going to look at that document. And for any of you that have ever done a project plan, this is so cool. Where I've sat in meetings maybe 2 or 3 days of discovery and planning, and then I get all the notes from the client, and then I've got to go through and create this document, and kind of on the way to like a statement of work. And so here it is. So that document just had like notes, kind of what people wanted to do, current state, future state. And look at this, it output all of that just from a notes document. And it's got, do I want to create, a Gantt style timeline? Sure. Everybody loves a Gantt chart. So it's going to go through and set that up for me. Maybe I wanted to put this into a PowerPoint for me. Maybe I want to collaborate with other people. So I could reference other. I don't have anybody else in this tenant, but I could say, at Sergio, at Greg, and wrap them into this project, whether they like it or not, and they can help and collaborate with it. So this is the kind of the Copilot light side, and I'm showing it because this is really still pretty powerful. And so by creating those prompts, that helps users understand what to work with, because otherwise they might scratch their head and say, what am I supposed to ask? And it's kind of like you've maybe heard people say, oh, we've got this new software, this new app for you to try out. Go in there and play around in it. Play around in it? What does that mean? So you need prompts, you need instructions. And so this is pretty cool too. Now, let's say I wanted to, maybe I get to the point where I realize this needs to be a little more sophisticated. I've got some other things I want to reference. And so I could up here, no, I need to go out. I'm still not in the right spot. Export it. Oh, it's over here. No. Have we moved this? Maybe we've moved this. There's a way to export for Copilot Studio, and I've apparently forgotten it. So, okay, but it's there somewhere. Settings. Nope. It's in here somewhere. Okay, I won't waste time on that. So, so whether you use Copilot Studio or the Copilot Lite, they're both useful. This Copilot Lite is for kind of your power users, I would say, and then the Copilot Studio more for the makers. And then as you get more sophisticated, more capable, you'll get into some additional features there. All right, I'm going to show you the rest of the labs just at a high level. So that original link I had posted that took us into find the right browser. That took you into, not here. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay. You can see there's a whole bunch more labs. The next one is to import a solution. But so this continues on this example. So they've got a zip file here. You would import it into your environment, and then you'll continue building out an agent that works with bookings. So you're gonna we had that. This is kind of around the expense and booking. This is bookings for real estate properties is our scenario. Gives you all of the instructions. You can copy and paste in, and continue on. And it's got some knowledge for you, and tracking between going to topics a little bit. So pretty cool. Which then helps segue into working with topics. So we've done the generative AI so far. So in this case, you're going to build out topics specific to our requirement. So you can create topics with natural language, which is pretty cool. You can also, so you can see it's like you're saying, create a topic too, and you'll give it the instructions for that. So you don't have to do it. It's even though creating topics can feel slightly tedious, it's so much easier with the just simply describing it. And then several more labs here, managing nodes. This is helpful if you're using generative AI to kind of help manage the structure of that conversation flow. Entities. So entities are, think of it kind of like option sets or master data. So out of the box, there are a bunch: age, city, color. So then anytime you need that sort of thing. So if you need to ask someone what country they're in, there's a list of countries already. You can augment that list, of course. And then there are other things like email. What that means is it's not a list of emails. It just means that if you call that, then it's going to make sure that the user that is working in the chat replies with a properly formatted email. So this is a great example of building out a new list. In this case, we're asking if the person is interested in an apartment, a condominium, a duplex, or a house. I think you get the gist of our scenario. And then you'll get into Copilot actions. So in this case, one of the great tools of Power Platform is, they're all great, is Power Automate. And Power Automate and Copilot really dovetail nicely because a lot of times, I mean, when you think about it, when you're in a chat, it's kind of a flow. As you're building out that chat, you're really building a flow of conversation. And so it makes sense that sometimes we'll leverage Power Automate flows to do other stuff in the background. So maybe it might call out some other system, bring back information, and present it to the user, maybe in a little more sophisticated way than than you might do directly in Copilot Studio. And then we'll get into generative AI. And so we've done that already a little bit. Just make sure that you've got the authentication set with Microsoft in this example. And you're going to keep going in this same scenario. And you're going to work with, say, a fallback. So in case your topics generative AI can't answer, you'll want a fallback topic. And then finally, you'll deploy it to teams. We've already kind of done that. So that should be pretty easy. So that's a good set of labs to work through. It's probably, if you sat down and really focused on it, you'd probably do it in 4 hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours to really kind of focus through it if you're comfortable in the navigation. And one of my objectives today was to get you just into Copilot Studio and get a little bit comfortable with navigating and so on. And then I've got one other set of labs that are a little more technical. So you don't have to be pro dev, but it's gonna kind of, I lost my place here. It's, some of these will get a little technical. There it is. So I'm gonna copy this in to the chat. And these labs, they're independent from the other labs. So you don't have to do that first set prior to doing these. But this will take you to this page, and it's actually more than just the Copilot Studio, but we've got a bunch of others in here. So again, a little more technical. So you'll start getting into some AI assistant with your agents, building intelligence in, progressive AI assistance. So there's several lab levels here, and you can or lab options here, and you can see there's some. None of them are too difficult, but it does give you a little bit of an idea of what you're working with. So it's just more examples of if you're learning. So if you want to carry on with this and start doing some more, these are some great examples. Okay. So this is what I had planned for the session. It looks like, I can't remember. Are we done a little? Maybe we're done 15 minutes early. We're going to do 15-minute break, but maybe we take a little break and then we'll pass it over to Sergio.
Yeah, we're perfect on time. So why don't we get started at about 10 minutes or so. So we'll take a quick break. Pat, if you wouldn't mind putting the counter on again.
Sure.
Or there's one in Teams. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get started in 10, 15 minutes.
All right.
Perfect. Thanks, y'all. All right, everyone, we'll get started about 12:15 Central Standard Time. So about 7 minutes or so, 8 minutes. So. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm just going to give Sergio just a second to get the deck loaded.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Let me do that here and then I'll start my camera here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share on Teams, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into the specific slide, and then I'll get started here in a second.
Perfect. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to talk about application management during this session. Excited to talk about COE, governance best practices, AOM, pipelines, managed environments, and harvesting of reuse apps. I mean, this is how you keep control of Power Platform, Copilot, etc. So I know at times, these items can look a little trivial when it comes to building, but to keep your team on track, Sergio is going to really talk about these best practices and things of that nature. So we'll just give him a second.
Yeah, the file's a little bit large, so it's still kind of uploading here. I'll get a second. If not, what I'll do is I'll probably share just the slide on the browser. If I cannot present it here, or it takes a little bit of time, I don't want to waste a lot of time here trying to get it uploaded.
Yeah, no worries, Sergio. We got plenty of time. So.
Okay. Yeah. Let me see if it'll come up now. I think it's loading. All right, let me try again here. One last try. If not, then we'll do is all right, let me try it again. All right, so it is loading, preparing to share. I think it's coming up. Preparing your slides.
All right, we can see it.
Perfect. Yeah, think about it. Let me jump into the slide. Now I'm going to be talked to here in a second, and then I'll kind of start in here. So, all right, just give it a second to load. There we go. All right, so let me start my camera here so you guys can see me talk. All right, well, I mean, first of all, I think Todd did a great job here on kind of showcase a little bit of the capabilities around Copilot Studio. There's a lot of scenarios. One of the ones is obviously it shows, but if you think about how you can implement in your organization as well. I mean, it's not just agents within the Copilot Studio. You can obviously build agents, let's say, around more on the Procore side when you do talk about, let's say, Foundry or Fabric, right? But I think one of the points that Todd talked about is, hey, well, you can bring them all together into, let's say, the productivity tools where you guys work. But I mean, at the end of the day, all of this is really great, but you need a way within your organization to kind of have a good oversight of what your organization is building as an agents, right? So, we have what we call an agent COE, and we'll talk a little bit about that here and why it's important. But, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that your organizations are really, paying attention of what users or users are building within the organization to make sure that you are being, you have good control over what people are building and then what is actually building and bringing benefit to the organization, right? So let me start by just really quickly talking about what is a COE, right? So a COE is not necessarily a tool by itself. It's more of a methodology that within your organizations you want to build, right? So an agentic COE is really a strategy on how, say, an organization designs, governs and scales, as well as continuous improve within the agents that are built across enterprise, right? And enterprise could be organization, small, medium, large. But again, what the end of the day is really keeping control and managing those agents, right? So you want to be able to establish some standards, governance, reasonable patterns as well, and basically not just agents that you say built in Copilot Studio, but maybe agents you build around the M365, right? So Todd was talking about Agent Builder or Copilot Studio, right? So, but why is it important, or why build this and an agentic COE solution within your organization, right? So again, it's companies today or organizations are really have this pressure to start and scale with AI, right? but also comes with a lot of, let's say, responsibilities, costs, security, and want to make sure that organizations are really taking advantage of the trend or the agents, but also think about like what happens with agent sprawls. How do I control that? How do I look around? Hey, how is this agent being productive? What is my return of investment, right? So, so different people on the organizations think about it in a different way, right? But again, at the end of the day, it's really how to govern agentic solutions within your organization. So again, you want to have a centralized way where you can, align your agents to the business priority. You want to have some governance, security, guardrails around those agents, and we'll talk about that a little bit in the next slide on why that is important. And obviously, at the end of the day, you want to be able to reuse those assets, right? So it's nothing worse than having within your organization one person build an agent and another person build an agent, but they do the same thing, right? So without any governance, it's really hard to say how to control, what agents are really bringing benefits and what are we like duplicating agents, and you got a way to control that, right? And at the end of the day, you want to be able to make sure that you're agile as well. So what is the best way of governing how your organization deploys and builds agents, but also what is the quality of those agents, right? So that's why an agentic COE or agent COE is important as organizations either start with their AI journey or are, let's say, moving from different zones. And I'll talk a little bit about what that is, right? Now, we talk a little bit about what is it, but why it is important. So if you look at this slide, organizations have a couple of concerns, right, as they start embarking into this, agentic organization. And I apologize, I didn't start my timer here. So let me do that, make sure I'm keeping on track. So 80% of organizations really are worried about, if I enable agents in my organization, am I going to be able to oversee or ensure that my organization is not oversharing data within the same organization, but as well as outside? I mean, if you think about it in the past, the way you would kind of overshare could be like, hey, I shared a document that I shouldn't share, and a few people were able to access it because I was working with them, and maybe the data was leaked, right? But when you put all those documents and all those sources on top of an agent, you're really, really worried about, hey, well, if somebody accesses this agent, does that user have access? Did I know that they have access to this specific document or source, right? So a lot of organizations, especially a lot of from the IT department, are really worried about, hey, am I oversharing, right? But also when they think about, hey, am I enabling risky AI use? And what that means is, hey, are my agents being biased? And are my agents, responding in the best way that aligns to the organization? And then also 84% are really worried about, hey, how do I govern, right? How do I make sure that I have visibility into what my organization is building, and how do I control that? What are the tools and things that I can do to make sure that my organization is safe and it's kind of have that visibility, right? So they're worried about agent sprawling. They're worried about who's building agents and why they're building agents, right? So it's very important for organizations, again, either they're starting or moving to different zones, right? So there's a great case study from Gartner that did a little bit about research within the organizations, and any organization that starts early with a COE approach has a greater chance of improving success over a period of time. And the next slide, I'll kind of cover that a little bit. But what that means is organizations that think about an agentic COE from the beginning have a greater chance of success within their AI strategy within their organization, right? Also, the second part of that is, hey, well, if somebody's doing, a COE or agentic COE, they have a great chance of a return of investment. Why that is because there's an inflection point within an organization that could be too late to identify if agents that are built by my organization are actually returning an investment, right? An agent COE at the beginning will actually help you align with that. So if I jump into the next slide here, what we'll do here is a comparison around an organization that took the initiative to set up a COE, have governance around their agents, control who can build, control who can deploy, actually have a greater chance of accelerating that. So if you look at the left side of the chart, is like an organization that just say, hey, we're going to start with agentic solutions, but we don't have a way to kind of govern those. We don't have a way of seeing what the return of investment. So they can start building those. And as the time passes, you're investing time, but there will be an inflection point where your organization is going to say, hey, well, I have too many agents, too many things that I don't know what they're doing. I cannot control them at this point. So it's hard to go back from that point. So basically what happens is organizations start losing interest and kind of goes down in regards to, hey, am I being productive? Well, I'm not, right? Now, if you look at the right side of it, it's like, hey, and organizations that start early with a COE or agentic COE have a greater chance of, identifying agents and projects and, things that really do bring value to organization, right? And they can accelerate that faster because they'll know what agents are being used, what agents are being have a larger return of investment than other agents that may not, right? So it's a great opportunity to identify early what are those agents and really help them elevate, right? So now an organization has a great way of saying, what are my metrics? What is important to me, and how can I track that? So a methodology around agentics really helps govern that, right? Now, I mean, organizations, your organization may have a different approach of a governance framework. So it's not a one size fit all. There are kind of different organization governance types. So it could be centralized governance where, let's say, an IT organization really handles that by the entire business unit. So there's no flexibility. They just across the board, they have the same governance. But it could also apply where they have that fair data governance. What that means is, hey, I have an IT organization, but it also allows some flexibility on, let's say, different business units control the governance they want, right? So again, it's not a one size fits all, but they can also have like a hybrid approach where IT can really manage, but also gives them control to different business units. So it creates a little bit of I'll say, a strategy thinking at the beginning to say, hey, how is my organization doing this? And how does that impact how do I control agents across my organization? And not just like at the IT level, but also at my users level, right? Because again, we'll talk about this here in a second, but depending on the maturity of you as an organization, you may need different tools, different platforms, different way of thinking around an agentic COE, okay? So when we talk about what are some of the models that Microsoft has identified within organizations, we tend to kind of look them into what we call zones, or what your organization may call zones. So, for example, if an organization is basically starting with like agentic solution, they're going, starting to kind of deploy that within the organization, we'll consider them like zone 1, because again, they're building agents on, let's say, Copilot Studio Lite or Agent Builder, or even agents that you can build really quickly, let's say in SharePoint, right? So, those are, they're zone 1 because really, access is really managed at that level, at that user level. You may build an agent that is just specifically for you. You're not actually sharing that. So there's not a lot of sprawl around agents. There's not a lot of oversharing. So when organizations start that, it's easy to manage. You can create a couple of DLP policies, certain things that can help you manage that. The problem is when an organization doesn't have an agentic COE and it wants to go from zone 1 to zone 2 to zone 3 because of growth within the organization, that's where the agentic COE really comes into play and kind of helps ground the rules as you go forward. So let's say if organization wanted to go to zone 2, now you're thinking about, hey, are my agents, are my people building, let's say in Copilot Studio, I need a way to govern them to be able to say, hey, how can they deploy into channels, right? And Todd was showing there, hey, you can deploy that to different channels, but how do you govern that, right? You don't want just people deploying to any channel with an agent that has not been validated, that, do you know if it's being, consuming data that shouldn't, right? Or pointing to sources you shouldn't. So that's where governance starts to come into the picture when your agentic solutions are being shared across teams, right? So you have to have a little bit of more IT management, because it kind of goes outside of just you as, let's say, building an agent specifically for you. Now, when you jump into zone 3, Now is when we see organizations, and again, depending on your organization size, I'm sorry, you may see, hey, low-code solutions are not, doing it for me anymore because I have this larger organization need, right? So maybe you jump into like the pro-code side when you're building agents in the Azure, space, like say Foundry or Fabric, and now when you think about that and then you bring it into Copilot Studio and then you bring that into the productivity tools, Teams, Outlook, Office, using the Work IQ or any other channels or platforms. Now you start really thinking about organizations. They're sharing agents across not just certain teams, but an organization level, right? So Todd was saying, hey, here at Microsoft, we have an HR, agent. We have an agent that can help with, let's say, internal cases. So those are the, let's say, agents that require a lot of governance, right? But you also want to understand, hey, are they being really productive? Am I getting the return on investment based on this agent that I have, right? So different organizations start on different places. There's maturity models from customers and partners going from Zone 1 to Zone 2, Zone 3. So there's table. Then I'll kind of show that at the end, just give you an idea. Now, so again, I talked a little bit of this in the previous slide, right? So we Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3. You may be using different tools, as you can see there. The controls change. Again, now on, let's say on Zone 3, you make sure that you use Purview, Sentinel, kind of keep track at agents at a high level, because you're not just building agents like in Copilot Studio where you have kind of a plane where you can control that through your, let's say, admin center. But when you bring agents either even outside your organization, let's say built on a Google platform, and you bring them into the Microsoft ecosystem, you can use tools like Agent 365. So there's a bunch of tools, but the agency is a methodology that you kind of use to identify where you are, and then what are the best tools you want to use based on the zone an organization is at, right? So let me jump into the next slide here. So how do you think about where is maybe my organization within those zones, right? So if your organization is really kind of building agents by the user, more of a retrieval agent, hey, what are my meetings today? Like similarly, if you were using M365 Copilot within your organization, you're kind of on Zone 1, where you're not really sharing a lot of those agents with team members. You're kind of using it just for your use. That's when I say organization is kind of on Zone 1. When kind of agents move into more of a task base, they are more orientated to teams. So let's say you have an agent that assigns work in the background and basically identify who's the best user that can take a work order or something. Then you're getting into more of a Zone 2, because now you have to govern who and how that agent has access and how can it be shared, right? So, and then if you go to like Zone 3, maybe have autonomous agent, like maybe an agent actually goes out to it does something for the user and tells the user, hey, based on the pattern that I'm seeing, you may want to take an action here, right? So it's an autonomous agent. When an organization is using more of autonomous agent, they tend to be more on like Zone 3. So they're building agent not just from a team or a user, but the entire organization as well. So again, like example that Todd was given, hey, well, maybe you guys have an HR agent that is for your organization, especially an HR agent, right? So how would you make sure that nobody can ask, hey, how much this person is making a year? Or, certain things they have to put in guardrails that if you're not thinking about governance, it could be a little bit dangerous, right? So let me jump into the next slide here. And again, just really quickly, I don't want to drown you in information about this kind of this, but as you move forward to the different zones, there are different tools that you may want to use to govern those agents. So again, if you're building an agent for yourself, hey, Microsoft Graph already has all that, built in security. It's not going to go outside of the bounds of what you are or how you have access to. When you talk about a Maker or Copilot Studio, yes, there's sources you can add. You have to worry about if that user is going to use an agent. I know there was a question there. Hey, if I share that agent, do they have access to the information I have? No, it doesn't, because it runs in the context of the user, right? But also have to make sure that if they pointed to a external URL, is that information valid, right? So again, governance here is important, and there's ways to identify and permit and not permit. And you can also get it into a granular level. We can say, hey, I have a, let's say here, we do it here at Microsoft, right? Like say if we have an environment, if we're building an agent in dev, where you basically have access to a lot of sources, but they're not necessarily, let's say, production. If you want to go to get data from a production environment, then you have to, do some ALM to deploy that into a higher environment where there's DLP's policies in there that will prevent you from, will not stop you from getting data from another environment. So things like that, right? So as you move forward, it gets more complicated. So that's why starting early when an agentic COE is really important, right? So again, those couple of slides really were just for me to kind of ground why, it is important that organizations think about COEs and even beyond, like governance, right? How do you control that basically encompasses all what a COE may do, right? Now, obviously, partners like CompQSoft Digital can really come into your organization and do an assessment to say, hey, how can we move from here to here, right? So take this information and think about, hey, how our partners CompQSoft can come in and help you with that, right? So that's why we're kind of giving you why it's important, but you may not necessarily want to tackle that. So there's partners that can help you with that, okay? So when we talk about methodology, right? So how do you say, well, what are the tools that are available? Because again, I mentioned that the COE is not a tool, it's a methodology, but Microsoft has thought about, well, we're not saying it's a tool, it's a methodology, but what are the tools and what are the things that, when you implement a COE, what do you need? What do you get, right? So Microsoft has kind of built in this, what we call the 3 pillars of the control system. And we talk about security and governance, right? So there's data security, AI security, compliance, and privacy around the data. Another pillar is management control. So who has access to actually build agents? What are the agent life cycles? How do I control that? And how do I meter the controls or the use of a specific agent, right? So if you don't have a good, let's say, COE implementation and good tools, somebody can build an agent that goes and reads information from an HR document, right? That somebody finds that is open, then you can use the tools to identify, hey, why is this agent having access to this file? And so there's tools that can identify if an agent is oversharing as well. So we kind of get into a little bit of details. And then the last pillar here is measurement and reporting. How do I identify if an agent within my organization is adopting, right? Maybe I invested all this time on a team that created this agent, but it's not giving the results. I want to scrap that instead of 5 or 6 months down the road, trying to figure out, hey, are you guys using it? Well, there's report for that, right? Again, what is the return of investment on agents, right? So a couple of slides here on what that means on each of those pillars. I won't go into all of them just because of time, but on each of those pillars, in this case, security and governance, we have, let's say, restrictions on IP. So you can control certain regions that you want to be able to kind of deploy, build agents, or do something around that. Now, you don't want somebody in another country building agents within the organization. Now, that's maybe because, again, governance or security concerns, security restrictions that country may have. So there's security and tools that you can do that. Also, when we talk about earlier, deploying to different channels, you can restrict that as well. And then how do you make sure that it's not being deployed within let's say an environment or outside the organization, right? So that gives you a good there are tools that give you, hey, how do I control this from the security and governance, right? If I jump into the management control, how am I controlling my environments? How do I make sure that I have an ALM pipeline, right? How do I control the sharing limits, or how do I track if they're using any sort of scripts that they are maybe sharing, or even blocking others that are, let's say, unauthenticated? Do I prevent them from building agents in SharePoint? So again, an organization kind of has to decide that based on where they are and how they want to control the growth of agents within the organization. But there's tools and capabilities that Microsoft offers, right? And again, like if we're talking about measurement and reporting, again, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Hey, how do I monitor my agents? How do I have agents? And again, as you go through those different zones, you may need to use tools like Purview or other tools that really dive into, maybe I'm starting, maybe I just need Agent 365 to kind of govern my agents, block them. But if I want to go in deeper and see what DLP policies are being applied, is it oversharing? Then your IT organization may need to invest in, let's say, building stronger DLPs, having Purview, looking at Power BI reports that exist, certain things like that, right? Defender as well. So things like, as you go into those zones, you may want to think about, right? Now, the other part of here is we talked a lot today about Copilot Studio, right? Really, organizations have to be have to think about like in regards to an agentic COE, right? Really, as an organization, I don't want people just creating agents on any environment that they have access to, right? Or I don't want people just building agents and deployment here or there, right? So there's security measures that the tools have already built in. So for example, one of the things that we always talk to our partners about is, hey, make sure that part of your ALM and then your environment management, make sure that your makers do have a place where they can build, right? And what that means is, set them a default solution where they can build agents, so they're not just being built, on everybody's solution over here. So that kind of helps you start with like a healthy ALM process where you have a way to keep a centralized where everybody's actually going to build those agents. And as you move to different environments, you can start building like your ALM process, right? There's tools built in the product. There's other tools you can use like Azure DevOps. So we'll kind of cover here a little bit, but the important part is always think about, especially an IT within an organization, is how do I make sure that I am allowing my makers to be productive, but also control where they are building, what is the default solution that they're building, right? When we talk a little bit about, hey, agent deployment, there's a couple of ways, right? I mean, if you ever work with Power Platform in the past, there's solutions, right? There's managed, unmanaged solutions. Those are still there, right? There's nothing stopping you from building a solution, building an agent there, packaging that solution to manage or manage depending on the situation, taking that solution, move it to a different environment within your organization, or our partners, like our SDC partners or ISV partners, tend to build solutions and deploy that to the customers where it has all the agents and all the assets and all the information they need to run, let's say, on a customer, right? But like you as an organization, you can move solutions from one environment to an environment, but that at the end of the day, that it's time consuming. It's also prone to hey, who has the latest solution? Who make changes to the solution? How do I make sure that the solution that's on the environment that I'm going to deploy to is not going to conflict? Or do I need to resolve any issues, right? So Microsoft, what they did is they actually built some of the pipelines in ALM process directly within Copilot Studio, right? Again, before you would have to kind of go directly into the Power Platform, build a solution, deploy. In this case, the Copilot Studio now has capabilities to take the solution, let's say an agent or an agent flow that you're building in Copilot Studio, and have the ability to get that deployed through an LAM process. Now, within that LAM process, there's a lot of, I'll say, intelligence or AI around there, right? So instead of you as a developer or maker trying to say, hey, I've done this for this deployment, AI can actually generate that for you. So there's great advantages of using the built-in tools, but also gives you kind of a streamlined process that your makers can follow to deploy to a different environment. And there's approvals in the middle and stuff like that comes with ALM, right? Now, again, here is another. It kind of limits that or mitigates a little bit of that sharing, because again, everybody can just build an agent and share it to a couple of people, and they may be using it on let's say in a dev environment. But the idea you would want is, hey, I don't want them using it on the dev because dev is for dev. maybe I promote that to a different environment where the security group is tied to, and certain people can access it. So it kind of helps eliminate all those oversharing, right? So a couple of things that really help the capabilities of pipelines within the Copilot Studio. Now, again, I think John was mentioning, or Greg, hey, there's still Azure DevOps, right? I mean, Azure DevOps is great for that as well when you need a little bit more control over what you're actually deploying and how you're deploying it. Maybe you inject some files within the solution to make sure that those get updated within different environments. So you still have that, let's say, quick way to deploy them within Copilot Studio, but regarding more complex ALM solutions, you would want to use like an Azure DevOps approach, right? Where you can, have different pipelines. You can have them run at certain hours. You can build different versions, keep track of like, what are some of the artifacts in those, who's making changes, commits, something like that, organizations are accustomed to within an ALM and an Azure DevOps, right? Again, end-to-end CI/CD pipeline and integrated approvals and gates, right? So a little bit more control over how you would deploy an agentic solution. And again, not just agentic solution, anything you build within the Power Platform can also go through this, right? In this case, we're talking about agents, but just through that, right? Now, Microsoft also has what they call the Copilot Studio Kit test automation. And basically, this tool enables you as the maker to run different, let's say, test cases for, let's say, your agentic. So it really helps you kind of stress test it, make sure that like it is responding the way you want it. It gives it a score. You're gonna see if it's pass or fails, similar to what you would see a testing team will go through. So the Copilot Studio Kit will help you kind of build those use cases and then kind of see where your agent is. Is it oversharing information? Is it bringing enough information? I know where there was a question on the chat around, hey, well, is it hallucinating, right? Is it reliable? So the Studio Kit really helps you identify some of those use cases and see if it passed or failed. That way you can adjust, the agent to make sure that it's ready as you go through that. And again, that comes down to the agentic COE, right? It really helps you kind of manage that and govern that all the way from the beginning to end. And then when we talk about an environment like a makers, right? How do you govern what actual people can do within the let's say the Copilot Studio, right? So by default, there's a default environment. You don't want your makers built in there because again, everybody would do that. You have to have as an organization have a strategy around, hey, how do I organize my environment? So I'm going to have a dev environment specifically for a dev team, or am I going to allow every user to have a dev environment? Like here at Microsoft, every user is allowed a dev environment within our Copilot Studio instance, right? But the moment we want to publish that, or let's say share with more than 10, 20 people, now I have to make sure that agent or solution you're building is actually being deployed in a different environment where it has less restriction. So, and even if you want to push it out to, let's say, a production system, the same thing, right? Have to get it promoted to a different environment, and that's where the governance and the maturity of how you do those deployments really come into play as an organization, right? So it's really important to think about those ALM and environment caveats that you want to start thinking as you progress through your AI journey. Okay. Let's see what's next here. Let me take a sip of water here. If you do have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I know Todd is probably, or Greg or Jordan, just kind of monitoring the chat. I only have like around 20 more minutes, so I want to make sure that I'm keeping on track here. But again, when we talk about like the environment, there's a couple of things you can do. You can, with security group that's built within the platform, you can basically say who can access, who cannot access, who can build, who cannot build. So there's a lot of tools built within the Microsoft platform, especially around the admin center and what IT can control. So you're not just anybody in your organization requesting Copilot Studio license or trying to go in there and build agents that you wouldn't know about, right? So again, a lot of controls from the IT side, so that you can govern your environment. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about like what is like governance. And again, this topic by itself is a large topic. So what I try to do here is just kind of put a couple of slides around what we saw today. But Microsoft offers a plethora of documentation in the Learn side. So if you're looking for a specific, product, Purview, Agent 365, again, we can recommend a lot of decks or a lot of content you can consume as a customer, or you can work with your partner here like Microsoft Digital to kind of say, hey, can we have a session around this, right? And they can swarm with you and then help you with that, right? But again, I'll have a couple of slides here to kind of make sure that we cover some of the bases. But again, there's a plethora of tools and then concepts as well that help you with agent governance, right? So by default, Microsoft has built its platform into like security first, right? You've heard about this in many times, right? Security first, least privileged access. So Microsoft is also taking that approach with every tool that they build, right? Even Copilot Studio is a tool, right? Even an environment is a tool, right? So when we talk about how do I govern and how do I secure, let's say my agent, my organization's environment, well, you have tenant isolation first of all, right? So it means that any data that your organization builds stays in your organization. So it's not, even though it's a SaaS solution, really nobody can access your data, right? There's tools to allow data loss policies or DLP basically at the tenant level. So if you want to make sure that within all your organization and your environments, let's say credit card information, passwords are automatically detected, then you can do that at a tenant level. So you don't actually have to build those into, let's say, a environment level. So, those tools apply to from the top all the way to the bottom, right? So you can apply it at the tenant level, but also at the user level. That obviously, we don't necessarily recommend at the bottom level because it's a management nightmare for IT. But again, you kind of get the point here. So there's also within those environments, you can control who can use what. So again, maybe if you don't want your organizations to use Power Automate or Power Apps, maybe if you have licenses but you don't want people requesting licenses, you can disable that. Even the connectors, that kind of this level right here, I'm going to put my pointer where we have thousands of connectors from our partners, from vendors. You want to be able to govern those, right? You want to make sure, hey, I don't want people using a connector that I don't want my organization to use, right? So that comes down to, again, builds up from the agentic COE solution, right? So you want to be able to manage and control what your users can use. And at the end, hey, who can build Dataverse? Who can use them? Can I have one Dataverse per user? Do I have to have it by group? So again, all the framework that you want to build is kind of built in, because again, we know Microsoft knows that different organizations work in different ways, right? Okay. If I move to the next slide, I took this slide from the beginning of the slide, and I think when we talk about Agent 365, that's something that's coming GA a couple of days from now, right? So Agent 365 is really like a control panel for agent solutions that are built in an organization. Now, when I talked a little bit about the beginning around agents built on Copilot Studio, agents built on let's say the agent builder that's specifically for M365, right? Or even if I build agents on Foundry, I want to be able to come and have a one unified way of looking at all my agents, right? So Microsoft really heard that organizations that are taking this agentic approach, they say, hey, we're building all these agents, but I don't have a way to manage them, right? So Microsoft built this Agent 365 control panel where administrators at IT administrators can really come and look and see what are the agents doing. Who is the owner of an agent? What is an agent accessing, right? Can I block an agent from there? So there's the registry where you would see all those agents that come automatically. The nice thing about it is if you build an agent in Copilot Studio and it has some traffic, it'll automatically show up here. There's nothing the IT has to do to bring agents that are built within the Microsoft platform. But you may ask, hey, what about agents that are built because I'm an organization, I use agents outside of the Microsoft platform. Yes, you can also bring those into the control panel. You can use the agent SDK framework, wrap it around an SDK, and now it'll show up. It'll show up here, right? So again, a lot of things that you can do here. You can also govern security. Who can access this? Can I block it? Can I disable? Does it have an owner? Because again, a lot of the things that we heard is, hey, how about these agents? Nobody owns those agents, right? So how do I know who owns this agent, or how do I know if an agent, or even what they call agent sprawl, right? Or third-party agents that I don't know that I've been using, right? I want to enable, disable some that are my organization. I don't want them to be able to have access to. They're out of the box, right? So Agent 365 is really that observability of all those agents built within the platform, but outside of the platform. Okay. All right. So again, talked a little bit about this on the first slide, right? You can control who can create agents, who can access the agents, right? So within the admin center, your administrator can really control that. So it doesn't, I thought at the beginning, right? It doesn't create any agent sprawling. You don't want people just creating agents for the sake of creating agents because they can't, right? So you can control that through security groups. You can say, hey, I'm going to block it completely from our organization from requesting premium licenses, right? So without an IT approval. So there's a lot of governance and control there. So when I talk about, even agents, like again, we'll talk about Agent 65, right? Who do I control that I want to be able to allow people to build agents, right? Can remove access? Can I block agents? Yes, you can all do that. And it's part of the governance COE or governance mindset that our organization has to have to make sure that they're being, super productive and seeing the return of investment. Our organization, we want to say, hey, I invested in licenses. I want to have that return of investment in time, in money, and in how my organization is working, right? Let me move into the next slide. Yeah, okay, so this is important, right? Again, we talk a little bit about like metrics and, return of investment. At the end of the day, C-level types want to say, hey, how is my organization adopting an agentic solution, right? We invested here. Is the investment really, helping me drive or be more productive, right? So there's a lot of, let's say, metrics around adoptions of agents or even M365. So it's not less agents, it's all the tools that Microsoft offer. Let's say M365 chat, is that being used? Copilot Studio, is there people building agents? You have a great lens on, who's doing what, and what is kind of that investment, right? And you can also see, is my organization adopting it, right? So maybe you have to take a step back and say, hey, well, do I need to do something to make sure that my organization is being aligned? Again, this is where an agentic COE really helps you kind of manage that from the beginning to end. And it's an ongoing thing. It's not really like one thing that I have to build and then kind of let it go. So there's some IT that has to work there. The C-level suite have to be on board with it, as well as the organization has to have that mindset and that, let's say, memo from the leadership to say, hey, we're adopting this and we need your help, right? So there's a lot of tools for that. And again, I talked about, who can enable within Copilot Studio. I can go in to say, hey, can I disable publishing? Can I disable this to that? Can I deploy that? So again, talked a little bit about that, but there's tools for that. Like we talk about Purview, and I didn't have a specific slide of Purview, but again, there's a lot of content. Really can help you identify if, let's say, an agent is, oversharing data, right? If you don't want to see it on Agent 365, because again, it's really managing the agent, what's it being used, who's using it. But if you want to go into a lot of detail on a specific agent or even a user, you can use additional tools that Microsoft offer, like Purview, Defender, and all those tools that are more for like zone 3 customers that are really, really focusing on a lot of the agents that they build, right? So really, really think about how they can manage that at that point, okay? And then, okay, so here is a couple, I think this is my last slide here. I've talked about the agentic COE. how organizations should think about where they are in the process and how they should think about a COE as they start building agents, or even if they want to, if they already started but they want to start controlling them because they're seeing sprawl, they're seeing all this. There's what we call the maturity model that partners that CompuSoft have and know, and they can